지난 이후 남과 북이 함께 최초의 우리말 사전을 편찬하는 결의말 큰사전 남북 공동 편찬 사업회는 인류의 소중한 문화유산, 사라져가는 토착어를 보존하기 위해 유네스코와 함께 국제학술 포럼을 개최하고 있습니다. 2021년 2월 제1회 토착어의 지속가능한 발전에 이어 11월 제2회 토착어로 문학학위를 통해 소멸위기 언어의 지속가능한 발전을 위한 언어 인류학적 논의를 이어갔으며 토착어로 문학학위 아카이브를 구축하여 토착어를 보존하기 위한 새로운 시도와 상상력을 확인하였습니다. 유네스코와 결의말 큰사전 남북 공동 편찬 사업회는 세상을 채우는 아름다운 언어들이 사라지지 않도록 더 오래 토착어를 향유하고 발전시킬 수 있도록 올해도 토착어의 지속가능한 발전을 위한 모두의 노력 제3회 유네스코 결의말 큰사전 국제학술 포럼을 개최합니다. 제3회 유네스코 결의말 큰사전 국제학술 포럼 제1세션에서는 에콰도르, 필리핀, 잠비아, 전라도, 평안도 등 5개 지역의 토착어 작가들의 문학 창작 과정을 소개하고 그들의 문학 작품을 15명의 토착어 사용자가 낭송하는 모습을 영상으로 제작하여 공개합니다. 제2세션에서는 지역어를 연구하는 국내외 전문가들이 세계 사전 속에 나타난 지역어에 대해 논의함으로써 사라져가는 지역어를 보존하기 위한 방법을 모색하는 자리를 마련하였습니다. 특히 올해는 제주어, 다우르어, 테투머 등 세계 사전에 나타난 지역어를 주제로 소멸위기 언어의 지속가능한 발전을 위한 학술적 모색을 이어갑니다. 이번 포럼은 토착어의 채집과 기록을 넘어 토착어 문학의 창작과 향유를 통해 토착어를 보존하기 위한 새로운 시도와 상상력을 확인하는 자리가 될 것입니다.
Good morning. We will now start the third UNESCO 결의말 큰사전 International Academic Forum themed Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages. I am Mo Sun-young, the Secretary General of the Joint Board of the South and North Korea for the compilation of 결의말 큰사전 and also today's chair. It is a great pleasure. Thank you all for joining us today despite the considerably chilly weather. Before we start, let me make this opportunity to send my deepest condolences to the precious lives who fell victim to the recent Itaewon Halloween crowd crush and also the bereaved. I also wish for the swift recovery of the injured. In sympathy of the tragic event, I would like to ask everyone to take a moment in silence to honor the deceased. Can you please stand up? Moment of silence.
앉아주시면 되겠습니다.
Please take a seat.
3회째를 맞이하는
This year we are celebrating the third forum after the success of two previous ones under a very special theme, literature activities in indigenous languages and provincial local words appearing in world dictionaries. Today we will start with a keynote speech and many presentations moderated by Mr. Kwon Jae-il. We have invited 5 indigenous language poets to indulge in poem recitals and share their journey in literature activities in indigenous languages. It is my sincere hope that this forum will be a meaningful time for all participants to engrave precious vernacular, cultural, and literary expressions on your hearts.
오늘부터 내일까지 이틀 동안
So we will be having a 2-day international academic forum. We invited poets from Ecuador, Zambia, and also Korea, the Philippines, to indulge in linguistic and literature activities. I would like to thank all the poets, the writers, presenters, and moderators. Thank you very much on behalf of the 결의말 근사진 committee. And at this opportunity, we also have Mr. Park Chol from the head of Inter-Korean Exchange and Cooperation Office, Ministry of Unification, Jang So-won, Director General of National Institute of Korean Language, Kim Gi-bae, Bureau Head of Korea National Commission for UNESCO, our valuable co-host. And also, we have poets from Ecuador, also from Korea, Yana and Mr. Lee Dae-hum, also Miss Marjorie Evasco-Pernia, also Miss Lee Myung-ae, and Mr. Changamiya Eum-si. Thank you all for your participation, and in the interest of time, I would like to ask for your understanding that I will not be able to call upon all the VIPs. And I would also like to thank all of the participants who have shown interest in the forum early on from pre-registration and all in-person attendees as well. I proudly announce the opening of the 2-day 3rd UNESCO 결의말 큰사전 International Academic Forum themed Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages, Literature Activities in Indigenous Languages and Provincial Local Words appearing in Word Dictionaries. Now I would like to ask President Min Hyun-sik, the President of the Joint Board of the South and North Korea, for the compilation of 결의말 큰사전 to the stage. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. As was introduced, my name is Min Hyun-sik, Director and President of the Joint Board of South and North Korea for the compilation for 결의말 큰사전. I sincerely welcome and thank all the guests from home and abroad for the 3rd International Symposium of UNESCO 결의말 큰사전. And this is co-organized by the Korean National Commission for UNESCO and the Permanent Delegation of the Republic of Korea to UNESCO. First, allow me to express my gratitude to Unification Minister Kwon Young-se and Secretary General Han Kyung-koo of Korean National Commission for UNESCO and Ambassador Park Sang-mi, the permanent delegate of the Republic of Korea to UNESCO, for blessing this meaningful event with your presence. Special thanks should be also given to the keynote speaker, President Kwon Jae-il of the Korean Language Society, valuable men and women of literature and scholars from home and abroad. I'm very happy to see all of you in person after several years of absence. I am also grateful to our valuable presenters, Yama Lucille Rema Utavallo, poet from Ecuador, Marjorie Evasco Premier, poet from the Philippines, Changmai Eum-si from Zambia, and last but not least, Professor Benjamin Cortriel from East Timor. This forum was incepted in 2018 as a fruit of UNESCO's growing support and interest in the compilation of 결의말 큰사전, and subsequently has gained momentum from UN's designation of 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Language, and in particular by the proclamation of the period of 22 to 2032 as IDIL, International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Sustainable Development Indigenous Language was thoughtfully chosen as the main theme of this forum. The first forum was focused on preservation of indigenous languages and the role of dictionaries. We also had the second forum, which introduced diverse indigenous literature activity, projects recording and capturing vernacular languages in video as an exemplification of committed participation of International Decade of the Indigenous Languages. This academic forum and also our development of the preservation have been the results of our efforts. And also we look forward to the unification possibility of the North and South Korea. Chu Shikyung, as a very famous and well-known Korean language scholar, started to compile 말모이, roughly translating collection of vocabularies from early 1910, and he put together vernacular Korean words in part of extraordinary Korean cultural heritage. He passed away suddenly out of a very good sad news, and his pupils have formed together to make the Korean Language Society, and also they compiled all 6 volumes of the 근사전 Dictionary in 1957, despite the dark times under the colonial rule. In emulation of great Chu Shikyung and patriotic forefathers of Korean Language Society, we have our compilation projects of Kyoremal Dictionary with our counterparts in the North Korea. In 2004, we have started our projects of compilation with the North Korean scholars of language. 25 occasions have been made to meet together until 2021, and also we had the one set of 10 volumes of the Kyoremal 근사전 as a temporary title for this. And we have our achievements made so far to have the homogeneity found and confirmed between the scholars of the North and South Korea. And I believe that this is a good example of Korea for making the footprint of the cultural heritage for the rest of the world. Therefore, I believe that this Kyoremal 근사전 can not only work as a dictionary for Koreans, but also for the whole cultural heritage of the world, so that we can be remaining as the most important part of our history. I really look forward to your support and interest for the future development. For the last 3 years, we were not able to meet together between North and South Korea as scholars. We haven't had many chances to talk about our hearts out, and that has just endangered with our possibilities of not being able to continue our efforts so far. I really hope that this seminar can be a momentum to reconnect ourselves between North and South. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Min Hyun-sik, for your words of opening. Next, we will hear the welcome remarks from the Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, who unfortunately is not able to join us in person, but kindly sent over a video message. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, I am Han Kyung-gu, Secretary General of Korean National Commission for UNESCO. It gives me great pleasure to stand here and open the 3rd UNESCO Kyoremal 근사전 International Academic Forum. And I sincerely welcome all speakers and participants who are taking time out of your very busy schedule to make this a glorious occasion. This year marks the first year of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages by UN. As all of you would agree, language is a powerful tool in communicating with our day-to-day surroundings, in solving and expressing different ways of life, one that does not need a verbose mention of civilization history. Also, language is a vehicle for communication and building block, enabling humans to overcome their surroundings and sustain life and values unique in community life. At the very heart of the unique sense of identity, worldview, and value system held by speakers of the same language stands language itself. As such, linguistic diversity serves as a foundation of cultural diversity that UNESCO is firmly standing by. From early on, the agency has been focusing on the linguistic diversity and the significance with relevant times. As you know, among more than 7,000 existing languages on Earth, as many as 1,500 languages, mainly by indigenous languages with declining speaker communities, are severely endangered by 21,000, and a higher number of languages may die out over time as a result of rapid drop in users following socialization and urbanization. Faced with this alarming reality, the UN proclaimed the period between 2022 to 2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Ever since, the UNESCO, as lead agency, has been engaging in global efforts, including regular updates of the Atlas of the World's Languages in Danger as part of linguistic diversity preservation. If we are to keep indigenous languages alive, enable them to act as impetus of the development of mankind, we need to relentlessly create new linguistic habits and preserve the uniqueness and diversity as well. In recognition, UNESCO and the 결의말 큰사전 Board have organized this international academic forum to open serious conversations and exchange insight on this significant matter. This forum will build upon the theme of last year's indigenous literature activities to take a look at vernaculars listed in dictionaries, also known to be essential companion in linguistic practice, and discuss the connection and the way forward of inter-regional languages as well. Language creates literature, and literature embodies the unique worldview of unique languages, but also presents even non-speakers and second-hand opportunities to indulge in, and unleashes a whole new world of imagination that is simply beyond conception in mainstream languages. Today is a delightfully rare occasion to have renowned literature experts of indigenous languages from around the world at one place who will be sharing literature work and stories of their indigenous languages journey. Also, in regard to dictionary compilation, well known as the culmination of standardizing languages, we will be taking a closer look into the kind of academic and cultural anthropological indigenous language activities that took place, and furthermore, the development of regional indigenous languages as a source of diversity. I sincerely hope that this forum, held on occasion of the first year of the UN International Decade of Indigenous Languages, will again serve as an opportunity to be enlightened on indigenous languages and pass on and sustainably develop originality and diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was the welcome remark by Mr. Han Kyung-gu, the President of UNESCO to Korea. Now we will have our remark by the Minister of Unification, Kwon Young-se. So please accept the regret that he was not able to join us in hand, but instead of Minister of Unification, we have Mr. Park Chul, Director of Exchange and Cooperation of the MOU. Good morning, distinguished guests. I am Kwon Young-se, Minister of Unification of ROK. Before I deliver my message of international conference, it is heart-wrenching to lose so many victims in the unfortunate stampede in Itaewon over the weekend. My deepest condolences to them and best wishes for a quick recovery for those injured. I'd also like to send deepest condolences to the families who lost their loved ones. Words cannot describe how much we are all saddened. The government will do our best in dealing with the tragedy as fast as we can and the follow-up measures, so that the broken hearts of the families and the people can be healed. I would like to say that on the pathway toward recovering national homogeneity and the unification of the North and South Koreas, the most essential and imminent task ahead to us is to connect the road of languages. As the division of the country has been expanded so long, our national language has diverged between North and South, leaving us less room for mutual understanding. To proactively overcome such problems, the government has continued our efforts to reconnect the road of language with the help of international organizations such as UNESCO. Today's International Academic Symposium under the theme of Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages is also a part of such valuable endeavors. After several years of online conferences, we are finally gathered together face to face with the attendance of distinguished guests from all over the world. I find it so meaningful to physically communicate and discuss important issues. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to organizers, including Chairman Min Hyun-sik, President of Joint Board of South and North Korea for the compilation of 결의말 근사전, Secretary Han Kyung-gu of Korean National Commission for UNESCO, the Honorable Ambassador Park Sang-mi of the Permanent Delegation of ROK to UNESCO, and all other members of the staff. Distinguished guests, Johann Fichte, a German philosopher, once said that there are more cases when human beings are created by languages rather than languages are created by human beings. To paraphrase that, it means that a divided nation into two should unify their modified languages first before trying to be unified. Even for a nation with long history, it is extremely difficult to coexist once they use different languages. That is why Northern Koreans and South Korean scholars have long endeavored to make our languages stay connected. Since the territorial division, a lot of joint culture projects have come and gone between us, but one of the most conspicuous works made to progress is the compilation of 결의말 근사전. It started on a spring day of 2004 when the promise was made to compile 결의말 근사전, and 25 occasions have been made in Kumgangsan, Seoul, Pyeongan, Kaesong, and Beijing. For 결의말 근사전, 307,000 entries were selected, and consensus was made on 125,000 definitions, showing good progress of hard work. The amount of meeting time between the scholars was 130 days or 1,080 hours, which signifies the journey toward the language unification. However, we have stopped our footsteps of meeting together for now. Nuclear issues or COVID pandemic or soured into Korean relationship, and many other reasons contribute to the current stalemate. There might be multiple solutions to the stalemate, but I believe that the compilation of 결의말 근사전 can be the best option to keep in touch. I wish that the North Korea can respond to our ardent request to assemble once again to tie up our Korean language dictionary. I assure you today the government is willing to continue to do our best in bringing mutual understanding and resolving the homogeneity. I wish your support on this matter with your wisdom and energy. The UN and UNESCO designated the period of 2022 and 32 as the IDIL, advocating the justification of indigenous languages and cultural preservation across the world. 결의말 근사전 that we are aiming to complete is exactly in line with the endeavors by the UN and UNESCO to preserve global languages and cultural diversity through the promulgation of IDIL, International Decade of Indigenous Languages. We try to go beyond compiling entries of both Koreans by exploring our language variations in Japan, China, Kazakhstan, Sakhalin, etc. Our government will not spare any effort in the future to collect, record, and pass on the words of our country's history and memory. It is my strong wish that grand cause of 결의말 근사전 compilation can be recommenced so that both Koreas can recover uniformity as a mother tongue community and can recombine the disconnected lives of our nation. I wish that everyone in the audience can support this project with your interest and attention. Once again, I'd like to congratulate the opening of this meaningful forum. I wish you good health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Park Chol, for reading the congratulatory message from the Minister of Unification. The next congratulatory message is delivered by Ambassador Park Sang-mi from the Permanent Delegation of the Republic of Korea to UNESCO in France via video. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, nice to meet you. I am Sang Mi-bak, Ambassador of Permanent Delegation of the Republic of Korea to UNESCO. The most sincere congratulations on the opening of the 3rd UNESCO 결의말 큰사전 International Academic Forum held under the very meaningful theme of sustainable development of indigenous languages. Let me send my gratitude to the Ministry of Unification for its generous contribution and also our co-host, the Joint Board of the 결의말 큰사전 Committee and the Korean National Commission for UNESCO for your extraordinary work to make this forum possible. Also, of course, very much appreciate the invaluable participation of all honorable speakers, literature artists, distinguished guests from home and abroad for being part of the next 2-day journey. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, it is alarming that an indigenous language is vanishing from Earth every 2 weeks as we speak. Disappearing of a language equals to disappearing of a world. Language is not a mere tool of communication, but a true container of cultural thinking and identity of speakers. And also furthermore, a medium that accumulates and passes on long-standing experience and knowledge, which is why the UN and UNESCO has been putting in great endeavors to preserve indigenous languages that are vanishing from every corner of the world and promote linguistic diversity. A loss of a language is a loss of cultural diversity. UNESCO does not take the notion lightly, therefore has been actively seeking out measures to respond to the endangerment of indigenous languages. In close cooperation with member states, UNESCO put together the Atlas of the World's Languages in Danger as an effort to preserve and manage language ecosystems of 7,000 languages and indigenous languages around the world. Year 2009 was designated as the International Year of Indigenous Languages for better protection and promotion of indigenous languages. This year marks the first year of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages declared by UN as an outcome of ceaseless global endeavors. At the forefront of this initiative is UNESCO, that has highlighted that preservation of indigenous languages is critical to promoting cultural diversity, but also well-being of indigenous communities and more broadly achieving SDGs, echoing its commitment towards sustainable preservation of indigenous languages through multidisciplinary approaches. In this international context, I'm proud to co-host this forum for the 3rd time to contribute to the preservation and development of indigenous languages. Notably, in this forum, literature work and activities in indigenous languages will be shared and academic discussions will take place to identify distinct characteristics of indigenous words appearing in various world dictionaries, which altogether will pave way for sustainable methods to better preserve indigenous languages in such meaningful ways. To seek not only ways to preserve indigenous languages, but to actively discuss literature activities is a true manifestation of sustaining a culture as a whole with a specific focus on indigenous languages. I look forward to this forum serving as an arena at which we can pool our efforts and muster our collective wisdom to shape sustainable measures for safeguarding and utilizing indigenous languages. Once again, I thank all the distinguished guests and experts from home and abroad for blessing this event with your presence.
Thank you very much. That was Ambassador Park Sang-mi of Permanent Delegation of the Republic of Korea to UNESCO. This has been the opening ceremony. Now it's the time for us to take photos for all the delegations as well as the distinguished guests for this event. I'd like to ask to come forward to the podium to pose for the camera. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all VIPs, for participating in the group photo. So in the interest of time, we will start with the first session right away. Now we will start the third UNESCO 결의말 International Academic Forum themed Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages, Day 1, Session 1. So you will be enjoying the flavorful presentations of literature activities in indigenous languages. And if you have any questions or comments to make, please make sure to take notes so that you would be able to ask them during the Q&A session with the presenters. I ask for your active interest and support. Then we will start session 1. The theme of the first session is Literature Activities in Indigenous Languages for Sustainable Development. The moderator of session 1 is Korean Language and Literature Professor Go Myung-chul at Kwangwon University, also a renowned literature critic. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause, and I would like to ask Professor to join us on the stage. Good morning. I would like to introduce myself once again. My name is Go Myung-chul and I will be moderating session 1. Nice to meet you all. We will first listen to the keynote presentation, which will be encompassing session 1 and session 2 for the third UNESCO 결의말 큰 사전 International Academic Forum to kick off session 1 of day 1. The keynote speech of the third UNESCO 결의말 큰 사전 International Academic Forum will be delivered by Professor Emeritus Kwon Jae-il of Linguistics at Seoul National University, who will talk under the topic of sustainable development of endangered languages and the importance of compiling dictionaries of endangered languages. So the professor has been born in Yeongju in 1953, and he studied linguistics and liberal arts in Seoul National University, where he also received his PhD. And after retirement as the professor at Seoul National University in 2018, he has been a professor emeritus, and he has engaged in researching linguistic and also did field studies of Altai languages as well. He has also been the head of the South Korean Joint Board of the South and North Korea for the compilation of 결의말 큰 사전, and he is also the president of Hangul Hak회 at present. So let me welcome Professor Kwon Jae-il to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. And as was introduced, my name is Kwon Jae-il, Professor Emeritus of Seoul National University. I would like to express my gratitude for the audience and the online attendees who are here today. At this moment of time today, I am with mixed feelings. They are all very meaningful. I have 3 things to share with you today. They're also meaningful. First of all, the 결의말 큰 사전 Joint Committee, which is the co-sponsor of this event, was the part I was involved starting from 2004. That gives me the great impression that I am a part of important issues. And also, several days ago, I became the managing director of the business committee of this organization. I am doubly burdened. The second thing I'd like to share with you is the fact that starting from the late 1990s, I've been traveling many of the remote areas in the Central Asia and Manchuria to have the exploration of the language of Korea, which has been scattered all across the area. So I was kind of adventure of language, I call myself. So this event today is really relevant to my lifetime work. So that gives me another impression. And also, compilation of various dictionaries have been my work as well. So I was in charge of making all these kinds of dictionaries. my recent work is also a compilation of the conjugation dictionary. So I'm talking about dictionary today. That is also another meaningful and impactful thing that I share time with you today. So it is my honor and pleasure to have discussions and speeches with you, and I thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you. And that is how I would like to start. So let's start my presentation. So it is very meaningful to have an opportunity to discuss the importance of compiling dictionaries of indigenous languages at this Sustainable Development of Indigenous Language International Academic Forum, which is organized by the Board of Compilation of Kichwa and UNESCO. The moment the last speaker of an indigenous language passes away, he or she takes the language away from this world forever. Now, I'd like to give you two real examples of that happening. So let's talk about one case. In February 16, 2022, this year, Cristina Calderon, the last known native speaker of one of Chile's indigenous languages, Yagan, died at the age of 93. The Yagan traditionally occupies Tierra del Fuego Island in Chile and Argentina at the very southern tip of Southern America. The young generation of Yagan were concerned with the discrimination against their ethnic background, and they chose to learn Spanish instead of Yagan language. People who spoke Yagan as their mother tongue passed away one by one, making Cristina as the last speaker of Yagan. In her later years, Cristina focused on handing down the language and culture of Yagan to descendants and published a Yagan dictionary with her granddaughter. So officially, she's the last person who took the Yagan language away from this world. Officially, as of February 2016 of 2022. Let's talk about the second case. There was a news article on BBC News Online on February 4, 2010, and that released a story titled "The Last Speaker of Asian Language of Bo Dies in India." It said that the death of an 85-year-old Boer lady passed away on January 26, 2010, which meant that her Aka Bo language spoke as the last speaker, and Andaman Islands became extinct finally. So it also said the unique part of human society is just a memory. Likewise, when the last speaker of a language dies, the language disappears for good from this world. That language evaporates just before our eyes. The last 20th century had been an unprecedented time in which humanity watched many languages and cultures being wiped out. Ethnic minorities lost their native languages during the process of assimilation after becoming part of bigger countries. The death of languages was followed by the death of their cultures, spirits, and traditions. It is very unfortunate to see languages, along with a part of a human culture, disappear into history. That is why today's linguists should be actively interested in studies to preserve indigenous languages. Having said that, what is the current condition of the endangered languages on this planet? Endangered languages typically refer to those that are spoken only by specific communities and thus considered domestic language exchanged in conversations between family members or friends. According to UNESCO, if the situation persists, around half of the approximately 7,000 languages spoken in the world today could disappear by the end of the century. Or even worse, 90% may get lost. Manchu language, which is close to Korean in terms of geography and language family, also face immediate extinction. But the extinction of one language does not stop with its disappearance only, because the culture and spirit reflected on the language also die, and invaluable assets of humanity are lost. UNESCO estimates that 23% of the 7,000 languages spoken today have fewer than 1,000 native speakers. These languages are considered endangered. Rather than being confined to a single region, endangered languages can be found across the globe. Let's take a look at these languages by region. Starting from the Americas, a total of 165 indigenous languages are spoken in North America. 45% or 74 languages have only a small number of older generation speakers, while 58 languages, or 35%, have fewer than 1,000 speakers. In Central and South America, 110 languages, or 27% of 400 languages, are in danger of extinction. Quaya language is spoken by one family now, and Oluteco language in Veracruz, Mexico, is being spoken by a dozen of elderly people. They are threatened to be disappearing within a couple of years. European languages can also be lost, such as Irish, Scots, Gaelic, and Breton, which had been popular up until 1,000 years ago. Island language is trying to be protected from the native language speakers by teaching at schools, but the young generation no longer wishes to learn it or use it even at home. So therefore, it is very difficult to preserve the language according to the European experts. The Pacific area also faces challenge of losing their languages. In Taiwan, the Philippines, Malaysian Islands, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Solomon, Fiji, Micronesia, Polynesia, and Australia. And also in Africa, it is also seeing potential extinction of hundreds or thousands of languages. Austria is said to lose one language a year. In Asia, the story is not that different because most endangered languages stem from Manchu Tungus languages of the Altaic family. They include Manchu that I referred to before, Ulch, Oroch, Udege, and Negida language. And also in Japan, which is very close to Korea geographically, Ainu language is being used by fewer than 1,000 speakers. Then, what is the reason for us to preserve these endangered languages? And in detail, what can we do? Let's talk about how and why we have to preserve those languages. I believe that there is an anthropological reason and also the linguistic reason. First of all, let's talk about the anthropological reason. A language holds wide-ranging information on nature and social environment accumulated over centuries as the speakers interact with their surroundings. Therefore, preserving a language equates to maintaining the cultural heritage of humanity. The Inuit and the Arctic learned how to survive in the worst climate condition and applied their knowledge when coming up with various words related to the ice and snow. Mi'kmaq language in North America names trees according to the sound made by the autumn wind. If a tree is called differently from 70 years ago, we can use its new names to presume natural changes that occurred over time.
짐작할 수 있습니다.
Secondly, let's talk about the linguistic reason why we have to preserve the extinct languages. The preservation of endangered languages helps conserve a broad range of vocabulary and grammar of a particular language. Cherokee language in North America has as many as 14 different words for the act of washing. Didba language in Australia uses dozens of names for eel. Solon language of the Manchu Tungus language family refers to the reindeer in 30 different words, depending on its gender, color, or pattern of fur and age. How sophisticated they are. Bemba language in Zambia, Africa, divides the past tense into 4 steps. They also have 4 steps of future tenses as well. For example, in Korea, we have ut, which is a one syllable to explain that is a past, even if it is 10 years ago or 100 years ago. And in English, it also has one past tense, was or were. But differently from Korean or English, Bemba language uses 4 different tense steps of the past. If such languages are gone, we are losing such a delicacy and sensitivity of the time and the nature. Let's talk about the example of Bemba language. So we have Ale, Ali, Asi, A. So as you see here, we have 4. So when you want to talk about a very long past, you have to add in between the words Ali. If it is about yesterday that you want to talk about, you say Ali in between the 2 words, and it was about just for today, it's Asi. And then if it is only a separate hour ago, in the very recent past, you say only A in between the words. So let's imagine if we lose these kind of grammars, we are losing such a beautiful delicacy to explain the steps of the past. Then let's talk about how we can preserve those endangered languages. The linguist like me cannot just sit idly to watch these endangered languages are swept away. So we cannot just sit here. Then how can we preserve these indigenous languages on the verge of extinction? There can be 2 ways we can employ. First is to revive endangered languages and ensure that they are spoken by native people. This is called active way of reviving. The second way is to keep records of these languages in documents, audio, and videos permanently if the first action is not viable and also if the number of population using the language is too small. So this second method is called more indirect approach. Then let's dive into the first approach, which is proactive and active method. So the best example of the first proactive one is to have the very active approach. The spoken language can be used by the people so that it can be revived. In New Zealand, efforts have been made to keep Maori language alive despite its near extinction in the 1960s. New Zealand embarked on 3 programs with the goal of restoring the language. The first program connected Maori children with Maori-speaking elders because the father generation had lost their language of Maori, so they can forget about the second generation. So the third generation and the first generation can be connected together so that the grandparents can teach Maori language to their grandchildren. That was found to be very successful later. The second program is to teach the language to the second generation, this is father generation. And third program is to establish Maori immersion schools. To underpin these programs, in 1987, New Zealand government established Maori Language Commission, which has been more effective so far. 10 years ago, in 2012, there was a Mr. Gladness Philip Barbara, who was the chair of Maori Language Commission, who visited Korea. He proposed a concept of language regeneration during the visit, and she showed her story of commitment to protect Maori language, and she said that preserving Maori language means restoring the vitality of the language of the people who wish to speak the language of their community. And that vitality of the language is strengthened by maintaining the language of the community. If you know the lyric of a song, when the storm is washed away, that must have sung by you when you were very young. That's actually the lyric that coming from the Maori language in Australia, if you recall. Let's talk about the second way, which is more indirect way. And it involves on-site linguistic surveys of endangered languages and permanent record keeping. Although the language is to be gone, we can keep the memory of these languages and know the fact that that language has existed. So this is to have the collection of the data. After having all this data to start with, we have the compilation of the dictionaries, and also we can have the memory of the words and phrases of the language that are dying down. Therefore, I believe that compilation is a great work of reviving the human culture. This is a sustainable and critical part of preserving endangered languages. But dictionary compilation is not a joke. It requires an accurate, exquisite collection of linguistic materials. It is a very difficult job to do. So prerequisites for this include a perfect set of linguistic questionnaires, competent researchers, linguists, fully trained, and consultants who speak the native language frequently. Then the materials gathered from the survey and they are entered into a computer, and entries are selected along with the sample sentences and definitions. Therefore, the process of entire compiling of a dictionary is therefore very challenging. It cannot be done by individuals, nor can it be done in a short period of time. It is a very long-term research project involving many scholars. It goes without saying that the financial support is vital. Given this continuous interest and dedication by linguists under financial and administrative support from national institutions or academic societies are key to successful dictionary compilation. So you see a picture of a dictionary on this slide. In 1999, we have traveled to Mongolia, which is actually the Inner Mongolia, to have a research of the language of Awanki language. So the scholar in Awanki language, and we went to the Bear, and he donated the Awanki Nihwang, which is the Awanki dictionary, for which he was one of the compilers. He said that he had compiled the dictionary along with his colleagues in order to protect his own language. That is what he said verbatim. It was then when we were able to witness the efforts of compiling dictionaries to preserve their languages as hard as they could. So we confirmed that dictionary compilation is a crucial and sustainable job of protecting indigenous languages. Let me guide your attention to the dialect surveys and dictionary compilation of Korean language. Korean dialects share a similar fate with other indigenous languages around the world as they are faced with potential extinctions. Accordingly, many individual scholars or academic societies have focused on dialect surveys and dictionary compilation early on. So let's start with the recent publication of Gangneung Dialect Dictionary, released in the spring of 2022 this year. Professor E. Ik-sub of Seoul National University compiled this dictionary. It was published by Shingu Publishing Company, and it consists of 3,004 pages with 20,000 entries. Linguistic information, as well as examples from cultural and anthropologic content, is fully contained with no limitation in length. It has 2 volumes, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Now this one you're looking at is this Dictionary of Materials of Dialects of Gangneung. It doesn't say it is a dialect dictionary. It's quite interesting to see the title of this. So it shows all the ways of getting the resources of dialects. So this dictionary is therefore an excellent accomplishment by showing the dialect and suggests an appropriate approach for dialect dictionary compilation to preserve indigenous languages. So this is quite an extraordinary work for us to know how we have to find and collect dialects that are going away. Earlier than that, in 2019, Professor Emeritus Kwak Chung-gu of Seogang University published a dictionary of Korean dialects in the Tumen River Basin from Taehaksa. It also has Volume 1 and 2. It is a very big dictionary to contain 4,200 pages of 32,000 dialect words and entries of Hamgyeongbukdo, spoken by the Joseon people in the northern Tumen River region in Jilin, China. So based on the on-site survey, for 23 years it has been written on foot by Professor Kwak. So it's amazing. Its entries, examples, and definitions are nothing less than perfect. And similar to Gangneung Dialect Dictionary, this dictionary boasts a wider range of examples carefully selected from actual sentences articulated by the speakers from the on-site survey. That's why the dictionary is believed to be an invaluable asset that contributes to the preservation of the language. Even if people in that area forget the language, we now have the permanent recollection of the language in the book form. Therefore, we have been able to have this remarkable achievement with the world that is being shared. I'm convinced that Korean dialects and Korean language itself will be preserved until the end of the time, thanks to these achievements. Also, prior to these dictionaries, a source book on dialects in Korea had been released after carrying out on-site surveys on the local district level. The first round was conducted in the 1980s by the Academy of Korean Studies, and the second round was about National Dialect Survey in the 2000s by the National Institute of Korean Language. Such dialect surveys hold significance as they were organized by academic societies and that received government funding and dispatched a number of expert scholars and survey researchers. And also, we have National Institute of Korean Language to report the result of Korean dialect surveys to include regions in China, Japan, and Central Asia. So if you see the pictures here, the title of the book says that it has the life and language of the Korean people who emigrated to China. That's for the left one. On the right one, the title says the language and livelihood of the Korean nationals who emigrated to Central Asia. these books are the invaluable assets of us to know what their lives are about. The Dialogue Survey project of National Institute of Korean Language was expanded to regions in North Korea. So in 2003, under the agreement made at the Korean Conference Linguists, both Koreas used the same questionnaires and audio-video equipment to conduct dialect surveys. And the survey results were then partially shared between the two Koreas. So if you look at the picture on the screen here, it says that it is oral research materials of the region of Gujang in Pyeongan province, and is written by Hong Seok-ki. That is the result of the collection of the oral data of the area. This book actually was not officially released, but it was in the form of a book. Unfortunately, however, Inter-Korean Dialect Survey project was suspended after a few years, making it difficult to obtain sufficient data on dialects in North Korea. Luckily, however, 결의말 큰 사전 continues to cover dialects in both Koreas, which is welcoming news, and I believe that the project has been going forward in the future. On the other hand, individual scholars have also surveyed dialects in Korea and published dictionaries with their findings. Such materials were released at the provincial level, including Jeju, Jeonnam, Jeonbuk, Gyeongnam, Gyeongbuk 북부, Gyeongbuk 남부, Chunam, Chungbu, Gangwon, etc. In 2021, the Chosun Ilbo, as a daily newspaper in Korea, led the publication of an interesting dialect dictionary titled 말모이, a rewritten Korean dictionary that covers dialects spoken across the country. The title was a reminder of a very famous movie the year before called 말모이, and that garnered national attention. A total of 20,000 words for this dictionary were collected nationwide, and 4,012 entries made it into the dictionary. Recently, a noticeable phenomenon is that districts across the country are publishing their own dialect dictionary for their region. It may be the result of strong commitment to preserve dialects, being apprehensive of losing them amid the common use of standard Korean language. So experts, as well as the laymen, have been part of this effort. Dictionary of Jeolla Language is the most representative example. It has a vivid description of dialects of Yesan and Chungcheongdo. Changnyeong Dialect Dictionary has 13 dialects in 14 districts and villages. Cheongsan Dialect Dictionary and Gwangyang Dialect Dictionary and Andong Pangon Dictionary have been published by Cheongsan Munhawan, Ki Se-hwan, and Kim Jong-kyun, respectively. I admire that they are the results of our excellent researches under the great cause. Meanwhile, dictionaries of foreign indigenous languages have been introduced to the world and also garnered attention in Korea. That will be explained tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. Examples include Tetum Language Korean Dictionary for Tetum Language of East Timor and Jiajia Laporo Language Indonesia Korean Dictionary. Although these publications are primarily for teaching Korean or Korean notation, the fact that dictionaries of indigenous languages have been compiled is in itself very encouraging and meaningful. It is also encouraging that they were published in spite of many difficult challenges. Certainly, the dictionaries, such as the Xiaojiao Language Dictionary, will help extend the life of indigenous languages. Let me move over to the conclusion part of my speech. We reaffirmed how disheartening it is for some languages are disappearing along with the parts of human culture, and why it is imperative for linguists today to focus on preserving endangered indigenous languages. In this sense, it falls upon linguists to have a greater sense of duty and dedication toward recording and researching indigenous languages. Bhutan, which is very close to Himalayan mountains, has its own native language called Dzongkha, but it serves as the official language only in name, while most of the communication is carried out in English. Among the educated population of Bhutan, less than 1% can write their names in Dzongkha language. Grasping the gravity of the situation, the government of Bhutan established Dzongkha Development Commission in 1986 to restore the language. When I met the chairman of the Dzongkha Development Commission a long time ago, the chairman himself was not able to speak the language, so we had to speak English to have communication with him. So you can imagine how difficult it is to restore the Dzongkha language when the chairman of the commission cannot speak it. Bhutan, however, is not the only country to struggle to protect their indigenous languages against English and its continuously growing presence. The rising influence of English, fueled by globalization and digitalization, results in a rapid decline of language diversity. Many countries have already started incorporating English as official language, and also formally they are using English for technology and science. It is difficult for some countries to use their native languages for higher education at university. Consequently, we may observe the subordination phenomenon of technology and learning, which will then result in extinction of unique ethnic culture and indigenous languages. And Busan has declared that they're going to have the official language of English to be spoken along with Korea, which just shocked the Korean society. This explains the importance of compiling dictionaries of indigenous languages to ensure the survival of such languages. We have to renew our awareness of the indigenous languages, and we have to have the restoration of every speaker of every indigenous language. Based on that, national institutions or academic societies should provide financial and administrative support. And then linguists should endeavor and embark on accurate, comprehensive linguistic surveys to compile dictionaries. In this conference, jointly held by Kyeoral Kunsajan Compilation Committee and UNESCO, to seek the development of indigenous language, we need to once again be reminded of the meaning and value and the power of indigenous dictionary compilation. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, Professor Kwon Jae-il. While listening to his presentation, I am convinced that the indigenous languages and endangered languages of the world should be restored, and we are very saddened to see the disappearance of such languages, and I'm very committed to restore them and keep the memory of it. And also I learned that how important it is to have a compilation of a dictionary, especially for the indigenous languages. So we have our duty to restore and remember the indigenous languages, and also we have to use it more on our daily life backgrounds. Thank you very much once again for teaching me the great lesson.
Now it is time to meet with our valuable 5 poets from Ecuador, the Philippines, Zambia, in Korea, who are engaging in literature activities around the world. So Miss Yana Lucila Lema Otavalo, and poet from Ecuador, and Miss Marjorie Evasco Pernia, poet from the Philippines, will be joining us in a virtual manner. Our first presenter is Miss Yana Lucia Lema Otavalo from Ecuador, introducing literature activities in the indigenous Kichwa language. So we will be meeting her in a virtual manner. Nice to see you. So I believe your name is quite long. Nice to meet you. It is evening in Ecuador. I believe it's morning in Korea. So nice to meet you all. My name is Yana Lucila Lema Otavalo, and I am doing literature activities in the Kichwa language. So it is a great honor to be able to present in front of you at this meaningful event. And I'm greatly honored to participate in the third UNESCO Kyeomal Kunsajan International Academic Forum. And I would like to also recognize your efforts. So Indigenous languages is a showing of cultural identity. So it is a great pleasure to be part of this meaningful effort and event. So in my case, I am from a traditional tribe of 14. So just to give you another reminder, for Korean Channel 1, for English Channel 2, and Channel 3 for Spanish. So I hope you would be able to maneuver the translation device. So let me introduce our poet. Yana Lucilia Lema Otavalo is a Kichwa and Spanish bilingual poet, storyteller, videographer, translator, cultural promoter, and community journalist and commentator. In her poetry Cosmos, an attempt to make a harmony between Andes traditional mythological and poetic language and modern, urban, and day life language of Kichwanese living in a city is illustrated. She has been recognized with a number of national and international awards for her work, including the Tamayawan Shamukupani, Living with the Rain, and Kampashimata Yarkachini Tengo Hambre Dube Boka, which is awarded by George Carrera Andereda Prize in 2021. She is currently focusing her actions and active in Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia. So we will first appreciate the poetry performance of Kichwanese speakers, and then after that invite her for her stories. So I hope you enjoy the poem readings.
Kanchigra, mama tapas charinchimi, taita tapas charinchimi. Paikunami ñukanchik umapi sisa yakuta, sumak tullputa sisakunata churarka. Ali kawsayta charichunishpa. Paikunami llullupikunapa, millay pumakunapa, mayillapapa, uyllukunapa shutikunawan shutichirka. Ñukanchik shutikunaka shuk urkukunapi, shuk rumikunapi, shuk puyukunapi. Nachingarina shimi kan. Nishkanin wawakunaman Otavalo kuraka taytaka.
Ñuka puri. Ñukata nali kachinajo. Yalikta rikushpa upallagota payka na kaymandachu ninajo. Kaymanda warmikunaka na shina tiarinchu. Kaymanda warmikunaka na shina churakunchu. Kaymanda warmikunaka na shina rimanchu. Kaymanda warmikunaka na yachay wasiman rinchu. Kaymanda warmikunaka na ista harikunata munanchu. Kaymanda warmikunaka na nataka ninju ninajo. Ñuka kari yana urkuta tunirishka ruku wasita yarihupipash ñukanchik kawsaykuna, ñukanchik wañushkakuna, chaykunallata kakpipash shukmi nishpa rikuanajo. Yalikta rikushpa upallaguta payka mana kaymandachu ninajo.
Kichwa, toma 1. Kangunapa galpam, ñana kangunapa chunin. Yakutapas ña randishkanchik minin. Shinapas alpapi sara hukungamik. Huyumanda yakupas urmangamik. Urku ashata kalpangamik. Maita galia yakuna purinahun pustuta. Sara alpa, sara tanda, sara yaku. Hawa huyupi sara sisa. Hari urkukuna uashapi sara. Warmi urkukuna uashapi sara. Kantanispa harkanakunata churashkanchik. Raura wilkak ninatapas hapichishkanchik. Ñukanchik kawsay shimitapas.
Thank you very much. You have enjoyed the poetry performance of Kichwanese speakers written by Yana Atfalo. Now we would like to invite Ms. Yana Otfalo to talk about her stories and her literature activities in indigenous languages. So I would like to ask for your presentation. You can start.
Muchas gracias. Muyoshimi se llama mi ponencia.
Muyoshimi
Palabras semilla.
is the title of one of my poems, which means seed. Mama Rosario Quincy said the lightning split at the same time into day and night, and with it came the birth of the sun and the moon. Time continued to grow, and the environment was populated with many vegetation. Thus, after an eclipse, in which the moon enveloped the sun and everything was left in darkness, the first couple embraced the word, the Luna Shimi, which is also named as Kichwa. At sunset, the couple drank the water from the waterfall and fell invaded by a deep dream. It was a dream of thousands of colors. They dreamed that the song of the waterfall, of the bird, and the sound of animals and insects, the wind, slipped and took root in his veins and his entrails. They dreamed that together with them they sang and exclaimed cries of joy and joy. And they dreamed that their songs assigned names to each object, to each element of the earth, that their words illuminated by the vitality of the sun and the moon, crowded in streams along the river, as a sign of that their language, their word, will live as long as they live, the sun, the moon, the water, and the earth. All of a sudden, they woke up and the couple began to repeat the words that they had spoken in the dream. So said Mama Rosario Quince. The Shima Luna was born from the song of nature. For that reason, each word is a taki, a song. Just as Mama Rosario tells us about the old word, my mother and father likewise. My mother was an interpreter of dreams. So the Apus, who dwells in the mountains, on the spirits owners of the waters of the rivers, seas, and lagoons. So many myths and legends and dreams were told onto me. Thanks to this, I like to tell stories, and I was able to learn the delight of it. But I like to do the cosmovision through poetry because that is my taste and my language. I started writing poems in Spanish from my adolescence. Since I only knew how to speak Kichwanese, but not know how to write or read, historically, our languages were hidden and tried to be killed off. But the language remained in the oral memory of our elders due to the imperial times, so our language was on the verge of vanishing, but it has remained in the oral memories of the elders, and we learned it mainly from voice to ear. Back then, the alphabetic and the written word and books were privileged territories only for those who knew how to read and write in the dominant language, Spanish. However, I wanted to write because writing made me feel free. Partly because I'm not someone who can say what's on my mind directly, therefore I prefer to channel my emotions into poetry. And I also talked about love and wrote about it. So when I was in high school, school was a big help to me. It was an opportunity for me to learn more about myself, and my history and geography teachers introduced Indians for me to have an opportunity to be acquainted to it. Columbus reached the North American continent, but he thought that he was in India. That's why the Native Americans were named as Indians. And in this process, I got to learn who I was and who I am. My parents were immigrants. And I only started to learn and study Kichwa in university. And I started to learn to read and write in my mother tongue. And after university, for the first time in my life, I worked in many editorials with many magazine and newspaper companies. So I was able to contribute with publications in the struggle for the Indigenous people's movement. For years, I studied journalism, and at Central University, I majored in TV broadcasting. So my major was a very good place and opportunity for me to learn. So it allowed me to write in Kichwanese language and also take more interest in Indigenous peoples. And I also worked in videography. I filmed the festivals of Indigenous people groups to turn this into informative videos. So in my major, I also was able to make documentaries. I also worked as a reporter, translator, and MC. But among everything, I felt the most free and the most myself when I was writing poems. So I have done this and that, but the poem was the best way to express myself. And I wrote a lot of poems during my free time. So some work has gone missing and others were deleted, but some remain in my collection. Also, I started in the field of editorial management, promoting collective publications of poetry in origin languages, summoning poets of Indigenous people groups and tribes to share and visualize their poetry and languages. However, this process was not easy. Despite of that, we were able to get together in 4 poetry festivals called the Corn Festival. And from this, 3 collections were born of bilingual poetry of the mother tongues and Spanish. By doing so, we have been able to spread our poetry furthermore to catch more eyes and ears of poets in Ecuador. As a result, I developed the conviction of having contributed a grain of sand for the advancement of the contemporary literature of Indigenous peoples and tribes, and I embarked on my own path with the publication of the short children's story Chaska, Star, and also 2 collections of poems, I'm Coming with the Rain and I'm Hungry for Your Mouth. So I was able to publish these 2 collections of poems. And thankfully, in 2016 and 2021 respectively, I was able to win the National Poetry Awards. So, Kanchira, we are still, and my walk, Mi Chianimar, has been performed by the speakers. So, Kanchikara means we are still here, and Yukapuri means my way, and Hawapuri Sarasisa means the maize flowers in the clouds. So, in Kanchikara, through this poem, I was able to highlight our language by our ancestors, and the names that were taken away by forcing Christian names under the colonial and republic times. And it includes a ritual that I really like, Tumarina, which is a ceremonial ritual with water and flowers. So typical of the time of flowering of the earth. So on an early morning between February and March, flower petals are picked and then floated in water collected from the springs. The elders scatter flower waters on coffins of their beloved young family members and say, just as the seeds bud and the flowers bloom, so may your life flourish. So Nukapuri, my way, talks about migration and also what it is like to return to the community after leaving to live in the city. Even after coming back, unfortunately, the community may not see the returnees as their own. So this poem is talking about the difference in gap. So within the community, they are seen as strangers, and it also talks about two roads. And it talks about the unfortunate situation of looking at each other with distrust. Whereas the Hawa Pupi Sarashisa is one of my favorite poems. So in my walk of more than a decade in the Ecuadorian indigenous movement, I took part in many marches, uprisings, and protests, where we fought for land and culture and engaged in protest action so that we could be heard. And so we wanted to mandate to be heard. So in the midst of all the cryouts and claims, these poems were born, carrying hope that water, land, and corn will be shared with everyone. As previously mentioned, in Ecuador, there are 14 ethnic groups and traditional tribes at present, each with its own language and culture. Some are in serious danger of extinction, such as Zapara language. Therefore, collecting and socially disseminating the mytho-poetic orality of indigenous groups is of urgent need. Also, strengthening indigenous languages so that they do not die off is as pressing. So in addition, the muyui, the circle to share words and dreams, should be practiced again. So I do not deny our responsibility as speakers in defense of languages, but it also falls under the responsibility of nations, which unfortunately up to this point has been turning a blind eye to this obligation. Therefore, I would like to talk about the cosmovision and the worldview, which is manifested in language. It is necessary. That's why we conducted a number of cultural events to make sure that our language, the oralities of our grandmothers live on. Art opens the way for us to be our own voices, to tell the world that we are here and that this is our language. The Muyui Literary Cultural Library project has been started on, and I'm a part of it. We do workshops on creative writing, book swaps, talks, and recitals as part of the dream. In languages, voice, writing, books are mechanisms of survival and endurance of our time. So in my case, individual dreams always have something of the collective and historical aspirations. Today, I continue with my next writing project, Shimi Kacharishka, Voice Unleashed, and I'm also preparing for my first exhibition of contemporary art, Awa Pacha, Cosmic Fabric, for November this year, which would be held in Quito in Ecuador early November, which I intend to highlight the value of textile art as another form of text and writing. So over 1,000 years, our language has been passed on, and I think this would be a good opportunity to highlight it. These days, there are only few who know how to read textile patterns. However, these few read textile as if they are gliding through a book of poems. Also, the alphabetic poems will be presented. So my work would be to emphasize or express the beauty of poems with textile. And the purpose of the exhibition is to get closer to our ancestral history and to better understand our history and thoughts in part. So this exhibition will be held from November to January. I hope the viewers would be able to find and understand the narrative in our history. Above all, we are people knowing for weaving. Adults weave with threads and tortora and kabuya, and my choice of textile is words. Sweet echo offered to Mother Earth, cheerful echo offered to grandmothers. Be abundant tongue from the throat of children. Be fertile ground inside of me and you. With you we will play, and with you we will name our gods. Out loud we will read the world. Whatever they say, we will love. In us is rooted language. You will not die. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, Yana, for your beautiful poetry. So, despite Spanish being the standard language, if it's not Kichwanese, it will be hard to preserve the cultural abundance and emotions of ancestors. So, in the last part, you talked about the language of weaving, and you said that you are using words and languages for weaving, so that sticks with me and resounds with me. What would it be like to weave with words? But I hope we would be able to have an opportunity to deep dive into what you mean by this in the general Q&A and discussion session. Thank you very much. Let's give it up to Lana. Okay, let's move on to the next presentation.
Now we have the poet called Lee Dae-hum, who was living and working in Jeollado and using the dialects of Jeolla province. He was born in Jangheung province of Jeollanam-do, and he became a poet in 1994 through the 창작과 비평. And he has his collections such as A Whale Lives in My Tears, A Wound Saves Me, Fire in the Water, I'm Sad to Hear, You're From Ukcheon, Chang'e, Chedongrin, the head of the school at age 13. Although he is a poet, he also has written many of the essays and research members. He was awarded by Jotae Literary Award, Yuksa Poetry Literary Award, and Jeonnam Culture Award. So we'd like to invite poet Dae-hum for the recital of his poetry by his people in his neighborhood. First, please enjoy the video.
아름다운 입안 이대흠 기사 양반 저 짝으로 조금 돌아서 갑시다. 어찌게 그란다요? 버스가 뭐 택시인지아요? 아따 늙은이가 물파기 애린께 그라제 쓰잘데기 없는 소리 하지 마시오. 저번 차게 기사는 돌아가더만은 그 기사가 미쳤는갑소. 노인네가 갈수록 눈이 어둡단께 저번 차게도 내가 모셔다 드렸는디.
늦가을 들려 널펑네 양반 돼지 한 마리 팔고 오는 길에 제일 먼저 국밥집 들러 막걸리 2대 마시고 현찰로 줘불고 밀린 술값까지 탈탈 털어 쥐알려 불고 며칠 전에 옆자리에 앉아있던 종제기꼴 양반네 막걸리값까지 개려불고 종묘상 들러 고추 모종값 갚아불고 지물포에 가서 지난 벼슬에 샀던 창호집값 백집값 지화불고 지전머리 단골 전방에 가서 묵은 외상값 주게불고 빚내서 사기는 뭐했던 손진년 비단나 현찰로 사불고 걸레짝이 다 된 마누레 빤스 브라자에 지폐 몇 장 볼라볼라다가 금 하고 돌아서서 방앗간 떡값 밀린 것 인기래 불고 농협에 가서 비료값 꼴랑지 잘라불고 집이 가불라고 차부에 들렸는데 널펑네 처삼촌을 만나불고 나서는 또 이바지로 과일 족간 사서 앵겨줄 때게 지갑 열어불고 쇠주 2병 사 엉거줌서 괴충 또 풀어불고 슈퍼에 들러 음료수 2병 삼서 조마인돈 털어불고 풍록바름에 건불 날리듣기 다 까먹어불고 마침내 차표 한 장 딸랑 바꿔서는 빈골로 돌아가는 저 늦가을 들려.
오래된 편지입니다. 큰형은 싱가포르로 돈 벌러 가고 물레에는 고지서만 쌓였다. 초등학교도 다니지 못하신 어머니는 어깨 너머로 겨우 한글을 깨쳤지만 혼자서 편지 쓰기에는 무리였다. 보일러 공인 큰형 덕분에 나는 중학교에 들어갈 수 있었고 어머니가 입으로 쓰시는 편지를 양면지에 옮기는 일을 하였는데 맞춤법도 없는 편지는 큰형을 곧잘 울리고 그나그야 여기도 일하고 더운디 노무나라에서 얼마나 땀 흘림시론 고생하냐. 니 덕분에 아그들 학비 걱정은 있다마는 이 애미가 니를 볼 면이 없다. 너가 아버지도 잘 있고 아그들도 잘 있으니께 아무 걱정 하들 말고 몸조리나 잘하거라. 저번 참 핀지에 내 물팍 아프냐고 물었는데 내 몸땡이는 암상도 안 한게 걱정을 하들 말아라. 그럴 때면 나는 편지에는 계절 인사가 있어야 한다고 우겨댔는데 그러면 어머니는 속닥새가 우는 걸 본 게 밤이 짚었구나. 셀파게 힘든 수국이 헛북 펴불었다. 이러다가 극 같은 거 몰라고 쓴다냐. 그냥 몸이나 안 아픈지 어짠지 그것이 더 중하제. 너는 성이 짜나도 안 하냐? 띠약볕에서 내 자석이 피땀 흘려 번 돈을 호박씨 까무대기 턱턱 끼리고 있잖게 중치가 맥힐랑 한 말. 이참 월급도 다 써불고 너그성 나오면 통장이나 하나 줘서 쓸 것인데 애미에 빚는 것이 도와주지도 못함서 하면서 이내 눈물 글썽이셨는데 이쯤 되면 나는 어머니가 했던 말을 마음대로 버무려 편지를 썼는데 그나그야 애미다. 더운 디서 일하니라고 고상이 징상나게 많지야. 여그도 일하고 더운디 니등 오죽하겠냐. 근데 우째 샀을거나 니 나오면 통장 하나 둘라고 애끼고 애낀다마는 이참 월급도 아그들 나쁘금 내불고 농협비 쪼깐 지알려 불고 난게 없어져 버렸던 마다. 참말로 내가 애미제만 할 말이 없다. 더운 나라에서 피땀 흘리고 있을 너를 생각하면 중치가 맥히고 숨이 맥힐락 한다마는 웃자겄냐. 별 도리가 없어 본다. 못자리 할 때부터 물던 속닥새가 또 운 것을 본께로 밤이 이상 짚었는 모양이다. 네가 작년 가슬에 신기놓고 간 국화도 이 이상 커불었다. 깽뱀밭에는 감재랑 콩을 신겼는디 아까 낮에는 아그들 데리고 가서 밭을 맸다. 날이 징상나게 더워서 아그들은 불 쪼깐 메고 나서 매욕을 하더라. 아그들 매혹한 거 보고 있으면서 오메 우리 큰아그는 더운 뒤서 얼마나 고생할끄나 생각하니께 눈물이 나더라. 모쪼록 여그는 암상도 안 한께 네 몸 한나 건사 잘 하기 바란다. 편지를 쓴다고는 쓰제마는 네 낯을 볼 면목이 없어서 웃자거다. 못난 애미가 무담시 우리 큰아그만 고생시키고 있구나. 네가 그라고 피땀 흘리면서 번 돈을 하나도 못해도 못하고 어쩔까 모르겠다. 아그들이 그먼 네 덕을 알랑가는 몰겄다마는 이쯤 쓰고 있노라면 어머니 눈에는 눈물이 글썽이고 나는 엄니가 불러준 대로 그대로 써불었네 하고는 편지 말미에 근성 나 대음인디 엄니 시방 울고 있소. 큰성이 양만 나오면 눈물부터 흘린단께. 모쪼록 몸 성이 잘 지내시고 나올 때게 샤프 펜슬 꼭 잊지 마시오잉 하고 두어 마디 붙이곤 하였는데
Thank you very much. If these three poems of Lee Dae-hum were told in standard Korean language, how would you feel? Would you feel the emotion of the mother who is explaining what she had suffered? So you must have the genuine feeling because it was told in dialects. Now with the voice of the people in Jeolla, you must have added the sentiment in there. Since we have Mr. Lee Dae-hum, would you like to come over to the podium for a presentation? The time is quite limited, but we can have the presentation. Thank you very much. This is Lee Dae-hum. Greetings once again. I became a poet in 1994 by releasing my poetry in 창작과 비평. Have you listened to the old letter as my poem? It was the oral dictation of her writing. She didn't have good eye view, so she couldn't write. And I was ghostwriting for the villagers in my neighborhood when I was very young. Looking back, it must have been very difficult to do that. I was afraid of writing the standard Korean language correctly grammatically. And then it was even more difficult to write down what I hear as a dialect. So I was starting to write from the 6th year at elementary school. And all the eldest people in the neighborhood, while asking me to go write them, they scolded me. Is that the only level you can command after learning at school for 6 years? So I was angry and I shouted back, why don't you do it yourself? And then they said, oh, I have a very bad sight. I couldn't see anything. Much later did I learn that what they meant as having very bad eyesight means that they were illiterate. They were not able to read ones. And also much later, I learned that it was almost impossible to write the dialects to convey the message directly to the people who are reading. I was born in Changheung area in Jeolla, the city. And also there is a bridge and all of the people, actually babies were conceived under the bridge. There was a bridge in there. So, that's what they say. So, because when the children were scolded by the parents, as a threatening motion, wanted to disown them, so that you were just picked up under the bridge. So I was really curious to know what is the bridge like, giving the birth of all the children in Changheung, because every parent later scolded them that they were just under the bridge. And much later, I learned that the bridge name was Donggyo Bridge or Donggyo Dari, and that was actually Daeri Dari was the dialect name. And as a researcher, I later learned that there has a history of the name itself. Donggyo Dari, also Donggyo means Deng, that means body, and Donggyo was the original name, and Daengetdong was the modification of the name of it. So as a 6th year grader of elementary school, I couldn't know the origin of the bridge name. So I was just writing down what I heard as I just correctly heard. That became the foundation of making me a poet. Then I moved to Seoul City, the capital city of Korea, and I took the job of the poetry as my profession, and then I was writing very hard. In 1994, I became a poet officially, and then afterward, I was in agony because I remembered what I was doing when I was very young as elementary school student. I remember that I had this extremely difficult challenge when I had to write phonetically what I hear, because looking at the standard language and the writing down what I hear are two different things. So I determined to study further about the phonology. I didn't dislike living in Seoul as a capital city, but I just told myself that it would be much better for me to live in my hometown. That was in 1997 when I thought that I had to move to Changheung back. I wasn't that wealthy, but I had some resources in Seoul City, but I sold them out and then went down to my hometown. And then later, as Mr. Kwon told me that I had a difficulty and I couldn't just live alone, but I practiced it. I had a very audacious dream, and they said that it's unachievable. I wanted to compile a very, very big dictionary containing all the dialects of the country altogether. Since I was that young, I wasn't known to the reality of life, so I was giving myself that big a job to myself. So what I started, and as I decided, was to collect all the dialects of Jeolla province. Every day, without passing a day, I traveled to meet with those people who were using those dialects. So my work started every day at any place where these people were talking. I just collected and picked up all these dialects. It was outrageous thing to do as a young person. So having all these things done in 2001, although you are not known about this, we have the Lizang.com as a site. I opened a website called lizang.com. I spent all my money on this, like 35 million won was spent on that site building. At that time, everybody wanted to be a newscaster, so I myself decided to broadcast news programs in Jeolla dialects. And I had somebody else as my colleague who does that in the Gyeongsang dialect. If I were successful, I would have been very happy, but I got bankrupt after 2 years of trying this. I don't regret doing that now, although I regretted doing that at that time after being belly up. So I just did all these crazy things to myself. Now, as a person who is doing all these things, looking back, that was inevitable for a poet like me to do, because that was my life, that was part of my life. And then I met those dialect-speaking people again, and then I relearned Jeolla province. I came from Changhung, so I knew fairly well about Changhung dialects, but I also learned that there are other dialects in Dongbuk and other regions. And then I learned that there are delicate differences among the dialects. For example, frog is 개구락지 in my neighborhood, but in Hwasun, which is not that far from ours, they say it's 온구락지. So these are two different names for one thing, for same thing. So I was very amazed by the diversity of the language at the time. In each of the regions, locally, they have their languages alive, growing and changing. By that time, I was also able to write down the poems that I took from the dialects that I learned. So dialect is the opposite word of standard language. So prior to that, in the market of the literature, they only had some poetry that was written mostly in standard Korean and a little bit of addition of the dialects. That was only about it. And if you remember the 오메 단풍 들건네 by Pyeongan, that is the only poem that you know being written in the dialect. And also 만수레비 충무아비, which is a 경상도 dialect as a poet. And that's also another example of using dialects from A to Z, from the first to the last word. And I admired those works written in dialects. I wanted to follow what they did, using my own dialects. So if it is possible to do the poetry with all the dialects, 100%, is it possible? So I tried to do that, and the result of my idea is the beautiful stopping. And I liked it very much. There was a first trial, and I was very proud that I did it 100%. So there was a conversation between a bus driver and an old person. It can be female or male, doesn't matter. I was myself very proud, and I didn't boast it, but I secretly released it to a journal of Chewa Sarang in Jeolla province. And then I got very good acclamation, surprisingly, to my surprise. Much later than that, I was also doing some of the poetry written purely in dialects. So some of the meaningful ones, as you have read, they are included, but there are others as well. There's one difficulty of writing poems only in dialect. What do you think? Can you guess? It is difficult to get readership. As a literary person and as a profession of writing things, I have to live on my writing. I have to earn money with my writings. That's my job. That's my profession. When these books are available, they are not sellable. Of course, if the quality is much better than the expectation of the readers, they can be sold, but generally speaking, they are not so much sellable. And also, I have one novel purely in dialects, even the soliloquies and the dialogues. And I submitted to the manuscript to the publishers, and the publishers said, no, I cannot publish it for you this way. So I changed it. So I changed the narratives into standard Korean, leaving the dialogues as dialects only. Differently from the 1930s, when dialects were used sometimes for the poetry. Nowadays, the bias against dialects is bigger nowadays because people are either ignorant of the dialects from other regions or disregarding the dialects. So I have that kind of sense I feel now. Sometimes I have hesitation of doing that. One of the things you learn today is that the evening of a late fall. So when you pay for something, the word used in Jeolla are diverse in various types. Jeolla 불고 or 꼬랑지, 내불고, and so on. And it says in the dialogue, says on the way back home after selling a pig. 돼지 is the standard Korean language for pig, but Jeolla dialect for pig is 돼지, not 돼지. And then 팔고 is to sell in Korean language, but 펄고 is the dialect. And 길에 is on the street or on the way. In standard, but in 지레 is the dialect. So if you start with the 돼지 펄고 오는 지레, and that is really illegible for the standard Korean speakers, they must be overwhelmed. I haven't asked around the readers, but that's my feeling. So is it really readable? Is it really legible? And is it really difficult to read? Sometimes I ask around. So they say, oh, the first line should be starting with the standard Korean language. That's a recommendation I got from many people. Of course, I talked with my publisher. After discussing those issues with the publishers, it was inevitable for me to have concession. Like, for example, 넓평내 양반, 돼지 한 마리 팔고 오는 길에. And that was the final depiction of the first line. So we had modifications of the lines of such poetry. That kind of modification will be continued to suit the needs of the readers. Another thing that I am very much given to do is to have the vocabulary of Korean. And I learned that in the 1930s, when the wave of the literary poetry was initiated, that was the time when the Korean language was sublimed into the material for the poetry. And I admire the 1930s. Again, from this, I have another agony. Can I make Jeolla dialect as a material for poetry? So I've been thinking about this very much, and therefore, as a result of this, I wrote my poetry in Jeolla dialect. So I will continue to do that as much as I can. I will be a good researcher of Jeolla dialect and use them and revive them in my poetry. It was when I was in elementary school when I dreamed to be a poet. So this is my last comment for this presentation. When human beings are making language for delivering the message and making the law and also creating the poetry, these three things are the jobs of language. When I was in elementary school, I vaguely thought that the most beautiful incarnation of a language as a human creation is poetry. The people can use language to detain people, use the law to punish people. People use language to give messages and deliver data information, but the most beautiful way is to make a poetry. So it was when I was in elementary school that I have to become a poet to have the beautiful job. And then I just majored and I also went on to become a poet. And also I have been doing all these things in my journey. So the language for the poetry, which is the most beautiful creation of human beings, made me come here, and thank you very much for giving me the chance. Thank you. Thank you so much. So he is the person who is using the Jeolla dialect for his material for poetry. You must be with mixed feelings. And he is proud, but he said it is difficult to get readership. Because any literary person would be happy to have more readership because he can give impact to the rest of the world to make the emotions. If he has only very limited readership, that would be a disaster. But still, he does that. And also, he has many other colleagues who are using dialects for the literary work. So within the mainstream literary community, these minority people will be in a very difficult strife to have a new stream of the literature. I know that you have a lot of burning questions, but we will have another chance to talk with him in the afternoon. Thank you very much for now. The next presenter is Marjorie Vasco-Pernia, the literature poet from the Philippines. So she is using Cebuano Venetian language for her poets. And she will be joining us via Zoom. Hello. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Warm greetings from Manila.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning.
예, 굿모닝.
Hello.
마르조리아 에바스코 페르나 시인은
So let me make an introduction. So Marjorie is a Filipino poet who writes in two languages, English and Cebuano Binísayâ, her mother tongue, and she received the literary award CA Wright and Annie Dangle Award in 2010 and 2011 respectively. So we will first appreciate the poetry performance of Cebuano Venetian speakers and then listen to her story. Please enjoy.
영상을 함께 보시겠습니다.
Mibukhad kining pulong, mitigom sa hangin, pagpatulin sa lupad sa grulya, amihanan sa akong dughan, ngadto kanimo. Gilalang ko kining balak, gikan sa papel, gipilo-pilo ang gilayon sa atong panahon. Kining balaka, usa ka grulya, inigbukhad sa iyang pako, ang papel, mutinaw ug mahawan.
is it a kingfisher in Binísayâ? Ang tikarol ba kadto? Kini ang paagi sa akong pagpangandoy sa bathala dinhi niining isla. Uban kanimo karong adlaw. Sukaranon ug bughaw sama sa dagat nga nagpahumok sa atong mga tiil sa asin ug nagdala sa buhing balod sa atong mga bakbak. Nagdula sa mga tunog sa atong ginsaugdang pinulungan. Bughaw ang bathala, niawit ang magbabalak Juan Ramon Jimenez. Nahubog sa pangandoy, ang iyang buhok, kilay, pilok, nabughaw daw mga pako sa tikarol. Kini ang langgam nga mihangop kanato, dihang miabot ta sa siglakang likuon niining isla. Nagtug-an kanato nga ang mahiktin natong utlanan mapapas diha sa hangin, mutuhop sa bughaw, sa kaalindangahang kalangitan o mga bukidnong bulak. Dinhi sa atong gilingkurang bato nga gitabunan og lumot. Natagamtaman og kalit nga migapos kanato ang kabughaw. Kining bato, isla, nausog nga hangin, ang atong gilayon ang panaghiusa sa kaugalingon nga atong gipangandoy. Mikaylap sa akong utok ang bughawng kilat nga nagkalayo. Naghatag sa tubag sa atong gihukod niining tibuok adlaw. Giawit kini sa mga balod sa dagat. Naglupad-lupad dinhi ang tikarol. Migamot niini kining islaha. Ang pagpangandoy sa bathala, bughaw nga matinaw. Ang hulok, diin manihag-sihag ang atong kalang.
Kutsay, paghimaman. Gingkan pakuslon, tipog gabi ining nangisda, kahimatayon man. Mamasin man ning mga mananagat, nga daghan ang makuha. Humud pa ning akong purol. Wa ko makailis sa akong sapot. Tapos musugilon nimo kabahin sa kinabuhi namo ning mga panahon. Usalang ko kayanong mangisda. Sama rabod sa daghang nagtuyo dinhi, kay lagi gilikupan man ni sa dagat. Sa unang mga panahon pa sa akong mga ginikanan ug sa ila pang mga ginikanan, daghan pa yung isda ug ang pagpanaga makabuhi yun sa among kabanayan ug katilingban. Ang akong amahan ang mitudlo kanako sa iyang kahanas sa pagbasa sa mga padlis sa dagat, sa mga timailhan, itago sa mga panganon o sa hangin. Nagsugod ko sa pagkaton sa pagpanagat sa dihang 7 na ko katuig. Hinuon, mitambong ko sa tulunghaan sa baryo hangtod na human ko sa grade 6. Apan akong ipalabi ang kamakuslanon sa akong nakatunan sa pagpangisda. Ginamit ang karaang kaalam kung saon pagpamati sa katamis sa huyugoy, ang huros sa unos, kabangis sa bagyo nga muluaw sa mga buwan sa tinguan. Nasa kulugan nako ang awit na mo mga sakayanon nga panawag sa hangin. Krutsay, ang sakayanon nagtawag sa hangin. Krutsay, kunang kalantap sa dagat nagsakit, kalaay gayon, kabugat sa gaud, ug kainit nga daw mamahi. Banay ug katilingban. Ang akong mga igsuon ug ako nang ginabuhi diha sa pagpanagat sa Kabisayan. Apan ang among balay ug banay ni sa Mindanao. Si Manong among kinamagwangan, minyo ug 8 na ilang anak. Ang sunod si Manoy. Way plano nga magminyo kay nakita niya ang kalisod ni Manong. Ako, nangita pa, wa pala giintaw ni tukog sa akong paon. Bisan pang mananoy kong muawit, kung ikaw inday, mangitag pamanhunon, siguro abaya inday, ang bulanon. Wa ko mataw sa buhol, apan ang akong mga kagikan, dito na tao, kunya milangyaw nga ni sa Mindanao, kanya ito 1920, diyan ang hatag ang kagamhanan, yuta. Sa mga namalihing mag-uumag, mangingisdang gikan sa Visayas o Luzon. Kaming mga laki, magkamausap mangisda, walay kong kahadlok mo palawon bisag magmugot ang panahon. Niadto bitaw 2009, may palawon si Manong sa wa pa ang balita nga umaabot ang bagyo ng hanlag sindong. Ingon niya kanunay, dili angay mabalaka, sayang bayata nga ang kanaway sa amihan, madagbalita po sa tuig, hinayra kay sa habagat. Ang karaang kanta nagkanayon, midagum na, dapit sa among hapagatan, pagbantay-bantay mga kauban, ang timbangan dili pagbiyaan, ayaw bayag kalimot nga, gikalisangan kining hangina, mugisi sa layag, muguba sa atong sakayan. Pastilan, kamakalilisang ni Sindong, si Manong nahanaw sa kadagatan, sa kabawis, sa bagyong way ipasaylo. Pangutanag kahinawa. Sa iskot-iskot namang mga sakayanon, way labing usog niya itong bagyoha. Karon, namakitdan namong nagkanikit na yun ang among mga kuha. Nagkanipis na ang buhing lawas sa dagat, ug nagkagutay-gutay na ang among naandang pangisdaan. Kining maong kausaban, tungod kuno sa bahong anuos, gikan sa puting lubot sa mga dagko ug datok nga mga nasod sa kalibutan. Hangtod karon, nagpabilin kong gigabugsay lang gihapon. Walay motor ang among sakayan. Alimugan ko sa kabanha sa makina. Wa pod ko'y diyot pang gasolina. Daghan dinhi sa among lugar ang sama kanako. Karon nga nagkanihit na ang adlaw-adlaw na mubuha. Nagpangutana mi, asa man mi paingon ang mga tulingan? Katambak, bugaong, potpot, bugo, sugi o iho, lakip na ang isda sa bato. Mulmul, danggit, ang makalanag na butiti, nabalaka na gid mi kay ang dagat, naghinay-hinay, nagkaon sa among gamay isla. Inigtaob ang itaskon sa mga balon, mulang paspas kinatumyang dahon sa mga pagatpat sa baybayon. Unsa na lang ang among panginabuhi, hangtod karon pobre paghihapon ni. Pahimangno. Paita jud ning kinabuhia. Dili ko na matugkad ang dugukan sa mga samugbingay nga nakatunan ni tatay ug sa iyang tatang. Ang kinabuhing sa kayanon usa ka paglawig sa laod sa kakalaran. Sa pagkakaron, ang layag sa akong barotong gamay gisiuna. Gwa ko'y kapaingnan sa akong kakabus. Ugma, kun palayo ra. Muhulga na usab ang laing bagyong makalilisan ug ang kadagatan dili na gyud modupah sa among mga kaalam ug kaantigo. Musinggit ko sa tumang kaisog. Timbang kamu, hinubig kamu, dagan ngari, dagan ngatu. Matud pa sa akong amahan, ang awit sa mga mangingisda nagtago sa kamatuuran, luyo sa kananoy sa iyang huni. Kaysa kinauyukan nga matukib lamang sa panumduman, ang mga garay maura usab ang mga giya kung saon pagpakabuhi ning kalibutan. Sa awit pa, ang kanaway sa habagat magtayhop ug makalilisang hangin. Apan daghang lawas ang gidagit sa dagat sa hangin ni Yolanda. Kinahanglan na pulihan ang mga bagong pulong, ang karaang alawiton. Midagum na usab ang atong kalibutan, pagbantay-bantay mga silingan, kabanayan dili pagbiyaan. Ayaw bayak kalimot nga, gikalisangan kining bagyuha, karaan sa dagat muguba sa atong dakbayan. Pag-igmat kamu, pamakwit kamu, igo na kaha kining sakayanong paimang mo, kundili, unsa pa man ang kinabuhi.
Wow, that was very intense. So I'm in the literature realm and it's a great impression. I'm very touched. It's also a shock. Thank you very much for your work. So through the language of Binísayâ, I'm able to be part of the legend of somewhere I haven't been myself. So fighting with the typhoons, the seafarers are doing or catching fishes, and I can see all the narrative and stories behind it. And I think this is an exemplification of the very power of literature art. So thank you very much for your oral performance. And now I would like to ask the poet to share her stories. Marjorie? Looking forward to listening to your story.
Good day, colleagues and fellow poets and scholars. I'm Marjorie Ovasco from the Philippines, and it's my pleasure to share with you my paper titled Writing Poetry in My Mother Tongue, a Literary Art Practice in Binísayâ. Serafin Colmenares of the Center for Philippine Studies of the University of Hawaii in Manoa says, and I quote, Bisaya is a group of related languages belonging to the Malayo-Polynesian family. Spoken in the central and southern Philippines, it is comprised of roughly 25 languages, some near extinction with under 1,000 native speakers, and others spoken by millions. Bisaya includes Cebuano, Hiligaynon or Ilonggo, Aklanon, Kapisnon, Kinaraya, Bantuanon, Rombloanon, Puyonon, Waray, Surigaonon, Butuanon, Tausug, and many others. Spoken by approximately 28 million people, the Bisaya language family, has the largest number of native speakers in the Philippines. End of quote. I was born in the island province of Bohol, in the central Visayas of the Philippines. And my mother tongue is Binísayang Bolanon, which is considered a dialectal variant of Visayan or Cebuano. The name, a reference to the language of the island province of Cebu, with Cebu City as the dominant political, economic, and cultural center of the Central Visayas. Cebuano Visayan is the second largest ethno-linguistic group in the country next to Tagalog. But only English and Tagalog were taught to me in school. In Paz M. Bevis's article titled Development of Filipino, the National Language of the Philippines, she says, and I quote, Filipino, the national language of the Philippines, was finally settled in the 1987 Constitution. Article 14, Section 6 states that the national language of the Philippines is Filipino. As it evolves, it shall be further developed and enriched on the basis of existing Philippine and other languages. End of quote. In actual usage, both in written and oral communication, Filipino is developing as a Tagalog-based lingua franca of the Philippines. In the Visayas and Mindanao, Cebu City is the oldest economic, cultural, and political center. It was first named Villa de San Miguel, by Spanish colonizer Miguel Lopez de Legazpi in 1565. It was the first capital of the archipelago, appropriated by Spain as its colony in the Far East. The language name, Cebuano, is a Latinate calque formed from the island's name, Cebu, plus ano, signifying its Spanish colonial heritage. I was born in the town of Maribojoc on the northwestern part of the island of Bohol, which is an hour and a half to the east of Cebu, by modern motorized ferry boats. Bohol Island is smaller than Cebu, and its capital city, Tagbilaran, is a humble relative to the rich and dazzling city of Cebu, which calls itself the Queen City of the South. However, the people of Bohol pride themselves as descendants of the brave men and women who resisted the Spanish colonizers, the most prominent of whom was Francisco de Gojoy, whose rebellion lasted for 85 years, the longest in the Philippines. This is the reason, even now, a Bolanon like me, when she is asked where she came from, would say in jest, the Republic of Bohol. This resistance to the dominant centers of power, such as Manila and Cebu, is found today among practicing literary writers in the Visayas, who consciously resist calling our indigenous language Cebuano, the generic name commonly used, and insist on its proper nomenclature, Bisaya or Binísayâ, or even more specifically in my case, Bisayang Bolanon. When I began writing in my mother tongue in 1995 as a political choice of moving away from using and perpetuating the production of knowledge only in the colonial language of English, literary scholar Erlinda Alburo noted that many words in my mother tongue have already disappeared in the Cebuano language used in the island of Cebu. That observation pleased me, as it indicated that my indigenous language was robust in its continued use by the people of Bohol. It may also be interesting to note that there are words still being used in many parts of Mindanao among Boholanos, whose ancestors had migrated in various waves as settlers on the Big Island ever since the American colonial government issued the Homestead Act in 1903. My return to using my indigenous language for writing poetry began in 1991, when I was on a month's writing residency in Hawthornden Castle in Midlothian, Scotland. With me were 3 British writers, Eva Tucker, Helen Dixon, and William Parks, and 2 American writers, Douglas Skrieff and Joseph McAleer, who was also the castle administrator. In the postprandial gatherings in the evening, they would share what they had written for the day. And for 2 weeks, I was just a listener. I began to wonder why writing seemed so easy for them when I labored over my writing, reworking my drafts, changing my versification and word choices. And it dawned on me that it was because they were born to English as their first language, while I had had to learn English from my family of teachers in early childhood and in the schools I attended up to my doctorate that used English as the medium of instruction. I developed first as an avid reader of Anglo-American literature, including literary texts from other cultures translated into English. Reading segued into writing in English, and my poetry in English belongs to the Philippine literary tradition that began in 1908 with a sonnet of Fernando Maramag titled Moonlight on Manila Bay. Literary critic and national artist for literature, Hemino H. Abad, historicizes the tradition of Philippine poetry in English from this poem on the basis of its mastery, not only of the English language, but more so of the language of poetry. In his formulation, he calls this mastery writing from English rather than merely writing in English. During that writing residency in Hotherndon Castle, I decided to return to writing in my indigenous language. Aside from deprogramming my mind from thinking and dreaming in English, I had to retrieve and relearn my mother tongue. My strategic first step was to read everything in the tradition of Cebuano literature. I was lucky to be part of a research project of the literature department of De La Salle University called Literary History of the Philippines from 2002 to 2003. Retrieving from the archives and learning the tradition of Cebuano literature was my way of attending to what T.S. Eliot had posited as the critical relationship between an individual poet and the tradition into which she wants her works to be part of. My second strategy was literary translation. In 1998, my PhD dissertation was titled Poetry in Translation as Discourse, a reconstructive translation into Cebuano of poetry in and from English by contemporary writers of the Central Visayas region. The post-colonial framework allowed me to find out how my contemporaries who hailed from the Central Visayas region were writing in and from English as a translation of their specific social and cultural environment. This translation theorizing and praxis was significant to me as part of my act of reclaiming my mother tongue and a cultural heritage that had been overshadowed by the neo-colonial use of English. In 1999, it was time to translate my poetry into Binísayâng Bolanon. My second book, titled Ochre Tones, Poems in English and Cebuano, became my book of changes. Like my first book, Dreamweavers, it also won a National Book Award from the Manila Critics Circle. Other affirmations of the rightness of this path came, like the publication of the poem Bakba sa Kalayo in Bisaya magazine, a weekly periodical which circulates in the Visayas and Mindanao. This magazine gave me more readers in my country than my poems published in English ever had. I reflected on this during my 2002 writing fellowship in the University of Iowa's International Writing Program, saying that to me, this was a way station, the first way station of the difficult journey back home. It was an affirmation of the intrinsic rightness and intangible rewards of the pilgrimage. In the bosom of that place in poetry and language, which I call home, I know I have my mother's milk on my tongue at last. From then on, there was no turning back. I honed my poetry writing skills in my mother tongue and eventually used English and Binísayâ in my academic writing and my art practice. In 2013, I finally was ready to write poetry directly in my mother tongue. This was the long narrative poem titled Krutsay, published in Agam, Filipino Narratives of Uncertainty and Climate Change, by the Institute of Climate and Sustainable Cities. The poem's persona is a male fisherman of one of the coastal barrios of Mindanao, whose ancestors came from Bohol and settled there. From hindsight, writing the long narrative poem from a photograph as a prompt felt like I was effortlessly listening to the fisherman's voice and taking his words down. The writing, as I remember it, was trance-like through all 4 parts of the poem. When the publisher asked me to record a reading of the poem, I asked Rochelle Durotan, literary editor of Bisaya magazine and a Bisaya male poet, to perform the poem. This is now available online on Agam Agenda's Climate podcast. And because the publisher asked me for an English translation of Krutsay, I translated the poem from Binísayâ into English for readers who could only navigate the literary waters in English, or who still choose to read in English and not in their indigenous languages in the Philippines. It has been a decade now since I mustered the courage to write poetry in my mother tongue. And I recall what I said in my introduction to Ochre Tones about my project of self-translation. And I quote, "The road home proved to be long and circuitous, but whenever I tried writing my hand at writing in my mother tongue, my ears curled like a child's fingers around the vowels of a tongue I know, but seemed to have forgotten how to dream in." End of quote. In 2019, the poem Farol de Combate, which I had also written first in Binísayâ, was accepted for the summer issue of World Literature Today, which was themed A Rising Sea of Climate Change Lit. I was delightfully surprised when the editors asked me to record my reading of the poem in Binísayâ. This was significant in my art practice, since what the poem's persona says in the first part of the poem is performative of the gesture of coming back, a returning not only to a place of origin, but more so a going back to her language, sa akong pagbalik, sa akong pinulungang na andad. I'm celebrating this decade of journeying back to my indigenous language with a new poetry book titled It Is Time to Come Home, New and Collected Poems, which will have poems in Binísayâ, English, Filipino, and Spanish. My first teacher in poetry, Merly Alunan, says about Farol de Combate in her introduction to the forthcoming book. In this poem, home has become more than a place. In this segment, she brings to life the old fables, telling them lovingly, despite her own sense of unbelief. The story of the Linganay Ugis, the sunken bell that goes on tolling its soundless message in the depths of the legendary Abatan River. The children fishing in the shallows, still hoping to duel with Kogtong, the elusive monster fish, as did their fathers and their fathers' fathers before them. The Tambaloslos still hulking perversely at the back of anyone's mind, an easy reminder of the human propensity for evil. These are stories drawn from the loam of her origins. End of quote. Preparing this forthcoming collection for publication has enabled me to take a longitudinal view spanning almost 50 years of my work in poetry, from the time I made the serious and conscious decision in May 1976 to learn and serve this difficult craft and sullen art. I hope that when it gets published next year, it will invite the attentive reader to follow the layered paths of my writing life. From the time I literally left Bohol in 1973 to go to Tacloban, to Magete, and Manila, only to return again and again in the various magical and meandering ways of language to the welcoming kiss of poetry on my forehead. Thank you very much for listening.
예, 필리핀
Thank you very much, Marjorie,
겸 연구자의 말씀.
for sharing your story. So while listening to her,
지배 언어인 영어로부터
I got to learn how you were able to escape from the colonial culture to go back to your mother tongue, So thank you for sharing your very personal story with us. So you will be publishing your poem next week. It will be coming out next year. So I believe the poems that we listened to today would also be part of this collection. Way Home, I think it's very symbolic. And at the same time, it is another way to preserve and uphold the language of our mothers. So thank you very much. Oh, time flew by. We have listened to beautiful poems from Ecuador, Jeolla province of Korea, and the Philippines. So I think now it is time for us to take a break and start with the rest of session 1 from 2 o'clock. In the afternoon, we will have poets from Pyeongan, Korea and Zambia to listen to their work and stories. Thank you very much. So resuming from the morning session, we will start with the first session or the afternoon session of session 1. So in this morning, we listened to the keynote speech by Emeritus Professor Kwon Jae of SNU, and we also listened to beautiful poems of poets from Ecuador, Jeolla province, and also the Philippines. So as previously mentioned, if you have any questions to ask to our poets, please take notes and ask them during the Q&A session. So we will resume with the first session. So, poet Lee Myung-ae is a defector from North Korea, and she is engaging in literature activities in the Pyeongan language. And after that, we will be listening from Mr. Changamir Eumsisi, who is doing literature activities in Chewa language and Nyanja language from Zambia. So, as have been done in the morning session, we will first enjoy the poems first, and then ask the poets to share their stories. So let me introduce poet Myung-ae Lee to you. So she is present with us in person. After being born in Gyecheon, Pyeongan Province, North Korea, she defected from North Korea to South Korea in August 2006. She graduated from Provincial Cyber University in 2016, and in December 2017, she debuted and began her literary work, receiving the K-Story Rookie of the Year award. She published a collection of poems, Extension, and more recently, When the Cold Wind from Valley Chilled Me to the Bone. Let's first enjoy her literature art poems via video.
그리운 손맛, 국수가 너무 먹고 싶어 고향을 찾았다. 어릴 때 거들인 내 고향집, 아궁이에서 불이 세게 붙고 부싯개로 불지들을 매놓고 펄펄 끓는 가마에 국수를 삶아낸 우리 엄마. 흘레흘레 찬물에 헹군 매끈매끈한 강낭국수. 아버지가 품들여 만든 할머니한테서 물려받은 300m 독. 코끝이 찡한 김치국물에 말하는 엄마의 손맛. 흐르흐르 한 사발 뚝딱 먹어 치우고 간에 기별도 안 갔다는 내 동상. 피양이 옥류관 조리 비키란다. 맥작에서 죽 갖다던 엄마가 웃는다. 하루 일 끝난 늦은 저녁 드립안에 매앉아 드런드런 7식구 맨날 먹던 우리 집 강낭국수. 희끗해도 못 대보고 잠에서 깬다.
만원입니다. 새까만 유리백의 높다란 건물, 빙고르르 돌아가는 문. 신기하기도 하고 미섭기도 하고 앞사람이 뒤를 바짝 쫓아가다 문틈에 덜컥 끼우고 말았다. 강제로 톡 써버린 문, 가슴피를 짓누르는 압박, 숨막히는 시간이 흐른다. 어느새 사람들을 매들고 힘센 선아가 잡아당겨서 삐져나온다. 아픔보다 더 뛰곤 얼굴, 순간기 문이 열리고 빽빽하게 들이찬 사람들 틈새기로 한 발 들이민인데 삐 만원입니다. 버스도 1,000원인데 혼자 탄 택시도 아닌데 계단 몇 개 올라가는데 만원이라고?
축구 선수. 대집다리 직구한대요. 여다 직구요. 엠나가 선한 새끼들처럼 다리도 득작거리며 뻘이나 차고 다니고 집에 망소가 뒤로도 단단히 뒤로띠 뭐야요. 대집은 요즘 선한 새끼 같은 딸이 딸나겠다 줘서 기걸로 먹고 산대요. 그 갓나가 별로 크지도 않은데 이약해서 뻘은 잘 차는가 봅디다. 국제경기도 자주 가는데 외국 나갈 때마다 달러를 얼마씩 받는데요. 기걸 안 쓰고 애껴서 집에 갈 건데요. 흉벌내게 신났던 당마당 애미네들 배가 아프다.
예, 우리가
Thank you. So after separation,
북쪽에 있는 여러
the poets from North Korean were not so commonly seen in Korea, as well as their poem activities. So while looking or while listening to the poem, I think of the poems of poet Baeseok.
시들도 오늘 이 평안도 시 낭송하는 이
If we
목소리로
have heard
들었다면
the poems of Baeseok through the speakers of indigenous languages, I think it would have been more resounding to us.
평안도로 창작
So
활동을
taking this opportunity, I would like to ask Ms. Lee Myung-ae to take the podium to share her stories. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Myung-ae and I'm from Pyeongan province of North Korea. So I think I'm having some stage frightness because I'm not a public speaker. So after coming to South Korea, or before, when I was in North Korea, I never thought of writing poems. But after settling in South Korea, I think over the last 10 years, I have worked very hard to put food on the table. But in the process, many South Koreans asked me about what life is like in North Korea. And I tried to give an answer to my best knowledge, but they did not really believe me. And some South Koreans also said that it's hard to make a living here. Why did you leave home? Why didn't you have a good life or live a good life in North Korea? I thought I might not be able to persuade them with my simple answers. So I thought I need to write it in words and poems. So that's why I applied to study at the Sungsil Cyber University and to study poetry more professionally. So in the beginning, I thought of writing a novel, but I'm pretty new to the subject, so it was too hard for me. And my professor is a poet himself. And he looked at my poem submission. He thought that it was very refreshing and that I have talent. But I think what I just submitted was a number of words, but he was very encouraging and he supported me. And thanks to his compliments, I was able to become what I am now. So compared to the previous poets, I think they are of great wonder and they are amazing, but I'm not a match for them. So I do not even know what it means to do literature activities in indigenous languages. And I'm invited to this UNESCO 결의말 큰사전 International Academic Forum on behalf of the Pyeongan province. And when I was initially asked, I was so surprised. I was surprised at the existence of this project itself. And from then, I tried to look into the poems that I wrote in the Pyeongan dialect, but I wasn't able to remember so much. I have been in South Korea for over 10 years and I forgot many words and actually the language itself. And I also forgot some, but I tried to assimilate to South Korea as much as possible, so I intentionally and consciously did not use the Pyeongan dialect, and I didn't have many opportunities to listen to it or hear it around here. That's why I tried to study up on the internet and ask some people from my hometown to reinvigorate the Pyeongan dialect within me, and also to create poems using the Pyeongan dialect. But from my objective view, I don't think the Pyeongan dialect is actually an indigenous language, to be honest, because it has been changed over time. So if I'm to talk about the Pyeongan dialect, I think in some cases it sounds very abrupt and impolite. That's why I wanted to change it. And that's why I wanted to try to use standard Korean language. But since we are under the theme of sustainable development of indigenous languages, I thought to myself once again that this is not something that I should be embarrassed of, but it is part of very precious cultural heritage. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. So when I was in North Korea, the Pyongyang language is the standard language, which is shown in TV shows and also movies as well. So between us, we just freely speak, but when we have opportunities to talk of people of Pyongyang, we were ashamed of our dialect. But this dialect of Pyeongan as well is precious culture and heritage that needs to be succeeded and passed on to the next generation. So I recommitted to myself, thinking that I would like to better use the Pyeongan dialect to see it more as part of linguistic heritage and to not be ashamed of it. And I'm trying to use more of the Pyeongan dialect in my literature activities. And I'm also preparing to write a novel based on our Pyeongan dialect. So this forum gave me that kind of opportunity to recommit myself to use the Pyeongan language in more extensive ways. So thank you very much for having me, and I will also do my best to come up with more better and creative works. Thank you very much for listening. You can boast about your hometown of Pyeongan with more time, but I think you're embarrassed and you kept your presentation very brief. So while listening to you, I thought of my hometown because I'm from Jeju Island and we will have a Jeju session in tomorrow's session. So before I went to university, I only went to Seoul or came to Seoul on 2 occasions, and after going to university for 2 years, I wasn't able to learn the standard language because it was so hard. And I have spoken in Jeju language, and my friends did not understand what I was trying to say. So that's why in language literature course, my professor asked me to come up saying that I am speaking the language of the 15th century. He asked me to pronounce different words using my dialect. But over time, I got to learn the very taste and meaning of the dialect. And I also see some TV series using the Jeju dialect. And you have a hack in the Pyeongan language and the Pyeongan dialect. So please be proud of it.
이게 평안도로
And as I mentioned, I looked at the poem of Paeksok, and I think the Pyeongan dialect is being manifested in the poem that makes it much more meaningful and attractive. So let's move on to the last session of session 1.
세션 마지막 토착어 발표자는
A poet from Africa, Zambia,
이번 포럼 참석을 위해 멀리 잠비아에서 오셨습니다. 잠비아 난자
who engages in literature activity in Nyanja and Chewa language.
창가미야 음지지 시인은
Changamia Umzizi is not only a poet but also educationist and also the person who is involved in the politics as well. So he is actually a researcher on the history and culture of the Zambian culture. He has been also the leader of creating what is unique about Zambia with the identity, and also he has been working on the strategy and planning for making the Zambian culture throughout the world. He has been also PhD, which received in the US. He is also a student of the Seoul National University as well. He also holds the PhD and also he's a BA for the development of education in University of Zambia and MA in literature in the UNZA. Also, he has received the certificate of diplomatic practice. So we'll listen to his recital of the poetry he wrote.
mano anaturukira mkamamanga kuti atangatire lilimeranga pafupifupi ndi bongo wanga pansi pamaso anga chifukwa lilimeranga ndi maso mpenya anga maganizidwe anga chitetezo changa ine ndinabadwa ndi lilime lili pakatikati kama kutu anga pakuti lilimeranga ndiko kumva kwanga konse lidziwatu zanga zonse zakudya zopikidwa ndi agogo pa moto koma sukuru ladula lilimeranga kuliyesanga timbuli losadziwa tushampeni koma chabe mugoyo ndikachasu uyu nditu ndi wenye pajakulu amati nguoyo bwereka silimba mtupi ili lilime lobwereka sukuru yasokasoka mkamwa mwanga silidziwa lumanda silidziwa vinkulala kolowa ndi chikanda masuku ndi matondo ili lilime lobwereka silidziwa chiyato silidziwa nsolo chidunu kapishapisha wali yako wali ya ndimu vikuti na mukule ana azakula bwanji omwe ndi sogolo na imwe makolo abemba amati imitikula empanga koma ziri kuchitika mpangamo imitikula ikakula ikulitsidwa mukula kukula kwa masukulu kupanga ana azungu osayankula malilime a chimuntu chatu akayankula apanishidwa ndi aticha akuti chimuntu ni chongo kukamba kwa vikopo mbuli mkarasi tsono nani aticha ochita izi chizungu chanu chapasa dziko chizunguzungu lingo zunguruka malo amodzi kulibe kuenda pasogolo chikupa maso mpenya asogolo ndi malilime a chimuntu mwambo wa chimuntu chiphunziso cha chimuntu chatundu chifukwa chiyani chaliseche chintako muro wa munge na mumpako ya njuchi ziza kurumani kunzuna kwa uchi nefiti ya malaza chifukwa chiani chitseko chosi chotseka onani njoka yotawa mpepo ya joni inajura impepo iza kurumani imwe njoka ikafunda itarohamo ntawi zina njoka ibesama mumpako ya njochi kudya kotuwana tukumera mapepe kumwerapo na uchi inu ofula mufuleko icho chusisi chisewenza tengani zovara mupeke tupi pamozi na mutu valani imwenzimu izi ziluma zipaya piringu ngwanjuchi yoruma imodzi valani imwenjoka iribe mankwala dari kwikwiti saruma komakaruma aribe chivumulo valani imwenjoka ini yamaroza ya mituziwiri kumutu kwako tsitsi kukuti sunga bongo wako nzeru yakuya ngati chiswe muswa pamaso pako nsiye pakuti sunga maso ako chimasomaso golide si zonse zing'anima makutu mwako bweya mukuti sunga makutu ako umoyo wa muntu uli mkutu samba zanzake anamba nkwangwa ili umutu mpuno mwako bweya mukuti sunga mpuno yako nusha danusha ndituvi pamulomo pako ndevu pakuti ndananga zoloweretse lilime mphamvu pa imfa ndi moyo zili pa lilime zakudya ndi kumwa usamalire maidyaidi amakono ndi imfa kukavirevurevu kako ndevu kakuti sunga khosi lako ulungu ndi umulungu mapezeka mpapata mwako tsitsi mukuti bisa mtima wako dziko ili lili ndi mano pachinena pako mavuzi pakuti lemekeza chobisikacho ndilo lamulo loyamba lokhala nalo lonjezano ngodala okhesa mwazi wachinamwali pakamala ukwati wache chifukwa alibe ziwanda zogwebana ndi okondedwa wache panthaka mauzu ndi mitengo pakuti sunga za mdoti madzi ndi umulengalenga chuma chili munthaka atsamunda asakubere chuma chako chachikhalire taona tsopano tumazira twako twakula tuli chili tukuti muntu wangawe mkhala olimba anyamata ndi azibango asakuphwanye tumahipu twako twafufumuka tukuti tupira ngawe osafuka anyamata azibango asakushokotore kachiuno kako kayamba kuenda kumwezi kakuti iwe tsono ndiwe nyenyezi maso onse a mdima ali pali iwe kulowa kwa dzuwa kusakupeze iwe nyenyezi uli kunja kwa mako sunga chinamwali chisungu chako ngati dzira silihora ndi tsiku limodzi chizolowezi cha namkulu chidadyesa mbatata pansi chinamwali chako ndiwo moyo wako nyama tawe penya tsopano tumapolo twako twapombosoka tukuti muntu wangawe longosoka atsikana azimayi asakupange chiporoporo bora kavoisi kako kakala dipi kakuti tupira ngawe ndi wamtengo wapatali chikomekome cha mbuyu ni fiti atsikana azimayi azakupereka 666 fiti mamaso twako twang'ambika morimba tukuti vina nyau makishi upewe tsoka maboza chinyengo ukupukao satana njoka uchamuna ndikutukula moyo wako ndidziko valani imwenzi muizi ziluma zipaya piringu ngwanjochi yoruma ndi imodzi kali kwikwiti saruma koma karuma kulibe chivumulo. Kambeva iyae skanganirume kambeva skanganirume iyae skanganirume kambeva adada akulira amama atengedwa inkani ya maraiti sadzi waso chikondi akuti maraiti afuna maraiti safuna chikondi afuna maraiti adada akulira iwo sizesiko yopasa maraiti koma amama afuna maraiti ndi mulungu wanga akuti maraiti koma nsima kamchaka sabika kapena mpiru uyu ndi usiru ndi maraiti otani akulesa kupika koswe akakhala pamkate sapeka adada akwiya chikakhala choteka uyu koswe adzapeka nadyedwa monga mbeva yochedwa ntika adada akulira chikondi akwanisa osati maraiti zesko maraiti iwo amasira popeza nditopamera dzina la amama tsono ndipamera pamene pamara pomwe sipamera kuti abale afuna bebisita zaka zingopita iwo samita safuna chikondi akuti sichipimika afuna maraiti akuti ali ndi mita dada akulira chikundi akwanisa osati maraiti zesko maraiti iwo amasira popeza nditupamera dzina la amama tsono ndipamera pamene pamara pomwe sipamera kuti abale afuna bebisita zaka zingopita iwo samita safuna chikondi akuti sichipimika afuna maraiti chifukwa lindi mita dada akulira amama asowa ndi nkhani ya maraiti ise ndise anthu tisanakale amuna kapena akazi koma nkhani maraiti ilankhula zina akuti ndi akazi chifukwa ena ndi amuna umoyo si umuna umoyo ndi unthu wa umunthu nzika zimodzi dziko limodzi chikondi chimodzi.
Well, that was wonderful recital by the poet himself, Zizi. It was like a music performance with some kind of gesture of the body, giving the tune of African culture. So I think the poetry is mixed with the body movement and the sound. So we have a lot of indigenous culture after hearing some recitals like these. We feel that the limitations of putting words into the poetry form using the indigenous languages on the basis of the cultural heritage is felt here. So if we are just confined to the writings on paper, then we would not be able to give all the tunes of the culture that should be expressed otherwise, like through the body movement. Now please welcome Changamia Zizi.
I want first to take the opportunity to give my thanksgiving to the Gioremo for inviting me to this occasion. It has so far been very inspiring and very challenging as well. It has helped me to also reflect on my own practice and what I do. And in this presentation, I'll simply be sharing with you what I have gone through the years with regard to writing in my own mother tongue. As you may already know, Zambia has about 72 indigenous languages, and English is the only official language. So you have to speak English, you have to learn English, but when you go at home, you have 72 languages. So it's quite very unsettling. I learned from a very young age, actually, the power of language in the construction of self-identity. I am a last born of a family of 8, and my parents were very deeply spiritual. And as a result of being born in such a spiritual home, the church and the school were the first social institutions that kind of shaped me or gave me the knowledge about who I am. And this knowledge about myself was certainly passed through language itself. And this passing of this knowledge started with a simple thing, simple in the everyday life, but quite complicated when you start to think about it, and that is the issue of the name. In my culture, a child will have a name before they are even conceived, or immediately after being conceived, or at birth. So you already have a particular identity you are given. And that is how I got my name, Changamire Mzizi. Changamire is a Shona word. Shona is a language that's spoken in Zimbabwe, which basically means Lord or Master. Then Mzizi is Ndebele, a word which is the second largest language spoken in a neighboring country called Zimbabwe, which is basically a totem name for a lion. So when you say Changamire Mzizi, you're basically simply saying Lord Lion. And these two countries, Zimbabwe and Zambia, share quite a lot in common. They were all colonized by Britain. I have come actually over the years to find the word colonialism to be a bit too friendly, because those regimes were actually terrorist regimes. So they were terrorized by the same country, Britain. And it was only in 1964 and 1980 that Zambia and Zimbabwe respectively unshackled themselves from this terrorism. And during this colonial period, Africans would move across the two countries in search of greener pastures to work in the gold mines, the diamond mines, and the copper mines. This is how my parents moved from Zambia to Zimbabwe, my grandparents that is. Then my parents came now from Zimbabwe back to Zambia. But while in Zimbabwe, my parents, my grandparents got converted to Judeo Christianity. It's a combination of Christianity and Judaism. And my grandfather specifically founded a movement known as the African Apostolic Faith Mission. Now, this mission was involved in the freedom struggle. So he was a revolutionary who decided to rethink religion from the indigenous cultural point of view. And it is that some missionary that moved now my parents from Zimbabwe back to Zambia as a result of their involvement in the freedom struggle. Now, when you think about that kind of a background, you find that then in a home, I grew up being told stories that have these different characters in our own language. And these characters, the metaphors, the similes, and everything in them carried along this important thing we call culture. And then these languages, I came to learn quite early that they have particular dialects. Because for you to communicate with the local populations, you need to literally speak their language. So even if they'll go to school and learn English, but when you are communicating a message, especially such an important message as their concept of God, their concept of the self. You have no option but to speak their own language because English has so many elements within the local culture that it is not able to express. So through these formative experiences I went through, that's when I appreciated that when we are talking about a name of a person carries with it an identity and belonging. It carries with it a particular worldview and philosophy. But what colonialism did was to first take away the names. And it was very deliberate. And this brings me to the question of saying, does a choice of language, of instruction in a given environment shape or undermine identity? In 2005, that's when I went to university at the University of Zambia. It's the leading national or public university in Zambia. And the first thing that I became now conscious of is the other name I was given, which is Samson. Samson is a Bible name. It's a Christian name in English, but of Hebrew origin. And this name, it was given to me because my grandfather had been named by the white missionaries as Samson. And it was like, if you don't have a Bible name, or if you don't have an English name, then maybe you will not even enter heaven. You know, there was that kind of colonization. Now, over time, I realized that robbing our people of their names was actually genocide. Because like I mentioned already, when you take away a name, you are taking away the identity and belonging of a people. So you find that people start to want to belong to something else or to other people. But unfortunately, I had to have that name. But there are a number of lessons that going through school or going through the university that the lessons I want to share. The first one is the issue of the language of instruction. Zambia uses English from elementary school to university. We use English as the language of instruction, and it is the only official language in government business. But what happened to me was that I found myself, like the earlier speaker said, struggling to express myself in English. And because Zambia, being a former British colonial country, we had the privilege of having British people come around, and I would find that when they speak, when they write, they had no problems, and they sounded more creative, more innovative. And I felt like I was struggling to do that. Yet, when I wrote in my own language, when I expressed myself in my own language, I felt creative. I felt powerful as well. And that to me was very, very vivid. And I started realizing that if I were to write anything, I needed to start writing in my own language. And fellow students were going through the same experience that I was going through. The second lesson was about self-belief. I quickly realized that when I use English, I was not able to really articulate the belief system of my people. I was seriously struggling to do that. But when I used my own language, I was able to put across very, very clear explanations that people would even relate with. Like my audience, the local people would actually give testimonies on how that applied to them. And I realized that if I could use my own language more, then I would be able to consolidate the faith of the people in themselves, because then they would have faith in who they are. And that, I realized that I needed to start writing in my own language. And Ngugi wa Thiong'o, a Kenyan writer, puts something very important, a quotation I want to share with you in his book, Decolonizing the Mind. Ngugi says that, and I quote, "It was as if in choosing to write in Gikuyu, I was doing something abnormal. The very fact that what common sense dictates in the literary practice of other cultures is questioned, in an African writer is a measure of how far imperialism has distorted the view of African realities. It has turned reality upside down. The abnormal is viewed as normal, and the normal is viewed as abnormal. Africa actually enriches Europe, but Africa is made to believe it needs Europe to rescue it from poverty. Africa's natural and human resources continue to develop Europe and America, but Africa is made to feel grateful for aid from the same quotas that still sit on the back of the continent. Africa even produces intellectuals who now rationalize this upside-down way of looking at Africa. End of quote. So, personally, whenever I use English for my literary activities, it is more from what we can do about our African languages so they can relate with other world languages, including English, French, Chinese, Korean, based on mutuality of benefits. The overriding point is that language secures not only our self-belief, our base and culture, but also our identity and means of sustaining our total liberation as a people. This brings me to the question of how can literary activities foster positive change? After completing my doctoral studies at Seoul National University here in Korea, I returned to Zambia and I worked as a lecturer in the university, my former university, the University of Zambia, and I also lectured at another university called Kwame Nkrumah University, named after a very great Pan-African, the first president of Ghana. I also lectured at another university called Mulungushi University, which is named after what we call a rock of authority in Zambia. It's a river called Mulungushi. I initially nursed the view that an educator could inspire change through dress and conduct, but also through teaching. And I did this for the first few years, thinking that national level politicians and other leaders are better placed to inspire positive change elsewhere. With time, I became unhappy with the overall situation in my native land, and I began to wonder what bigger role I would play to inspire change beyond the classroom. A forest of questions constantly crossed my mind, questions such as, how does one effect strategies for broad-based societal change? How do we as a country rediscover our purpose, our vision and moral voice, and begin to work like functioning state that plans? Who will effect this change and how? After a careful reflection and analysis, I concluded that we, as individual human beings, are capable of leading societal transformation from whatever station in life, provided we do not man our station in isolation. In an attempt to contribute to the creation of the larger narratives of my country's nationhood, I began to see opportunities in all manner of platforms such as the media, newspaper, radio, television. I began to carry out activities on that platform. The education system itself, I decided to go beyond my classes and start to engage the broader university and secondary school system, the churches themselves, because I saw also an opportunity. So as I go to church, as I share sermons, as I sing, I decided to utilize that to kind of create an awareness. And I realized that with all these platforms put together, I could now participate effectively to write a new script for my country. Over the past few years to this day, I use this platform to achieve this goal. And I will be the first one to admit that my efforts, of course, pale in comparison to the work that remains to be done. But I learned one thing from Kenneth Kaunda, our founding president, who died last year in June at the age of 97. That is, each one of us should do our part, because in the end, it is through the sum total of our countless isolated efforts that change finally occurs. I have also learned over the years that I have been performing literary activities while being in the public service. that very much like the architects of the neoliberal agenda, writing a new script for any country needs to be well thought out. Such an effort needs to provide a humane and it must be flexible enough template that can provide a reasonably replicable agenda. It would have to be something that resonates on a very phenomenological level with much of the population, regardless of their educational background. It would need to be hopeful, but also tempered by a hard realism of all needing to pull our stockings together. My experience has confirmed this. Can be done. And for this reason, I am part of a wider network called Poetry Nights, where we conduct annual events. And we are working through the prison, the corrections. Zambia has moved from the punitive system to the correctional service. So we are working with inmate artists, people who are incarcerated, to tell their story. And we exhibit this story to the wider community in order to create a new realization that actually, much as we incarcerate our own people, already as a country we are still incarcerated, and we need to put our efforts together in order to write a new script for our country. And that new script can only be done and be done effectively if it is done through our own indigenous languages. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Cici. That was wonderful presentation. Once again, please give him a big hand. That was very impressive. And after hearing what he gave us as a talk, we learned that the narrative on a national scale of each individual is needed. He is an educationalist and poet and also the cultural historian. So having seen a lot of facets of the society, he knows what challenges are there for a country. You should build something for the country as a construction, and on the other end, you have to do all the missions completed for the culture or heritage as well. So you have two hats in your head, and you have two ways to go. So doing the both things together, you must have felt a lot of challenges and also the things to talk about. Thank you very much for giving us great input. We are ahead of time actually, so we're supposed to be finished by 3 and have some break for 25 minutes. I'm going to now give you 20-minute break as scheduled. That will be about 3:15 that we have to resume. So let's meet up again at 3:15 so that we can have questions and answers. See you again. So the allowed time for us is 4 o'clock. I want to talk all night, but let's make sure that we make the most of the general discussion session up to 4 o'clock. So up to this point, we were able to enjoy the beautiful poems read by indigenous speakers, and we also learned about the very narrations and stories of the poets. So I believe you would have many questions as well. So we will also open the microphone to the floor for questions. So if you have any questions or comments to make, please raise your hand and the microphone will be given to you. So to start with, I would like to ask some common questions to all the poets on the podium, and then we will receive questions from the floor. Thank you very much for your insight and presentation. So to write a poem in an indigenous language would be very difficult. I think there would be many poets doing activities in standard languages. But if you are to use indigenous languages,
it might be hard for the general public to read and enjoy. So, in anticipation of having more viewership and readers, and also to think about the impression of and the impact of your artistic work, it might be very difficult to do this in indigenous languages. But I would like to ask for your recipe, your magic recipe, to write poems in indigenous languages, starting from Mr. Umzisi.
Thank you very much. I think that is a very important question to reflect on the very idea that starting to write in your indigenous language, you are writing on a platform that has already been created by hegemonic languages and the literary hegemony. So for me, I realized that it will not just be enough to write, but also to ensure that my works can be performed. Because to just put it on paper without performing it, given my Zambian audience and neighboring countries, I realized that I needed to put life to the paper. And it is for that reason that when you saw my poetry, I ensure that with it comes with the indigenous musical instruments to it. And I connect my poetry to the oral history and also to the folklore of it. In that way, then, it cutters across the different interests of people. Those who can only read, who enjoy reading, they will enjoy the paper one. But those who enjoy performance, they also enjoy the performance one. But the idea of combining the page poetry and the stage poetry is to ensure that I'm able to trigger the interest, especially in my generation and the younger generations, because they are so taken by the contemporary writing, which is dominated by English in my country. So my secret recipe is combining page poetry and performance poetry. That's basically what I've found that it helps. It triggers interest in the younger people. Yes.
예. 제가 아까 방금
Thank you very much.
영상에 보시는 두 분을 또
So we also have two poets joining us in a virtual manner.
에콰도르의
So Miss Yana from
씨,
Ecuador.
공통적인 질문인데요.
So I would like to ask you a common question.
토착어로 시를 쓰는
So you write poets in indigenous languages, and you need to think of the readership to the general public. But this would be more difficult compared to using standard language. So in your case, I would like to ask you if you have any recipe, a secret recipe to write poems in your indigenous language.
Bueno, sería como el secreto
So
sería
as a matter of fact, if I am to talk about the secret recipe, is I think we need to first identify the attractiveness of the indigenous language. So the Kichwa language is very sweet to your ears. And what is also important is as been mentioned by Mr. Umzisi, we need to think about the performance as well. So reading it out loud to the general public would also be important. And I think by doing so, we would be able to inject some rhythm into the poem. And also one of my personal methods is that I think it should be grammatically correct. So from the grammar perspective, when the poem is to be read out, it should be done in the way that it is spoken within the community for it to be more understandable. So only by doing so, the audience would become closer to the artwork. And there are not only readers who read it on paper, but there are also the general public that would be able to listen to the poem recital. And I think this is why the performance factor should be considered. And also wearing some traditional costumes would also be helpful in getting the message through.
예, 아주 그 오늘 중요한 말씀 비결인데요.
Thank you very much.
소리 내어서
You said that we should read it out loud.
방송을 우리가 하는 문화가 있어야 되는데.
So I think there should be a culture of poem recitals. But at school, this doesn't happen so often. We read poems with our own eyes, but this only goes so far. But if we are to read out the poems, I think that would be very significant, and also it would help to wear traditional costumes to highlight the rich culture in it. So I would like to ask the same question to our poet from the Philippines. I would like to hear what you think.
Okay. In my case, it was language amnesia because I was using English throughout, and so my strategy had to do with learning my language all over again. And now that I am writing in English and my indigenous language, I have to make sure that my ear is always listening to my language. So I read every day in my indigenous language to train my ear and also to enrich my vocabulary. And so that I would have, or I would help in the creation of audiences, I also train young writers to write in their own languages, indigenous languages. We have a workshop in Bacolod City where we deal with 5 languages. We have English, Filipino, Cebuano, Hiligaynon, and Aklanon. It's the only workshop in the Philippines for young writers that also focuses on environmental writing. My third strategy is, of course, to read my poetry in Binísayâ aloud to various audiences. So with those things, I hope that the community that I belong to will fall in love once again with listening, reading, and writing in the mother tongue. Thank you.
예,
Thank you very much. You highlighted the role of listening. And if I am to go to Jeolla, I don't think I should talk about how loud my voice is. If you are a good listener, you would be able to write well. But listening itself is very difficult. That's why writing is difficult as well. But I am very happy that I was able to get this lesson through this workshop and forum. So I would like to ask the same question to Lee Dae-hum. Can you share your secret recipe?
Oh, yes. I concur with what I heard from other writers from other countries. First of all, we have to have an awareness of dialects. The poetry written in dialects is very effective in delivery when it is heard, not read. So we have our recital night with poetry. We have drama with poetry with children. In the beginning of the days, children felt awkward because that's in dialect, not standard Korean. But after doing their performance themselves, they enjoy. They are so much interested and excited about the dialect. So when you have the drama to put on and also the performance, then the effect will be maximized. So that's my secret. And also, as our moderator said, you asked me again, another secret of mine is there. So I do have my own secret, yes. I learned standard Korean language when I was young, since young. But earlier than that, when I was much younger, I started with dictionary, the dialect of Jeolla. So I have 2 entries in my dictionary, 2 kinds of entries. So whenever I am in a situation, I have my reservoir to take out my own words, either in standard form or in dialect form. So when I'm trying to find something, I can get both of the entries from both pools. The readers might feel awkward when they first encounter the words, but the effect is there. So that's my secret weapon.
낭송의 중요성은 뭐
Thank you very much for signifying the importance of recital. I think that is a very good know-how. So I would like to ask from Lee Myung-ae. I know that you're shy, but I hope you would be able to express yourself as much as you can, taking this opportunity. So I wasn't able to mention this during my presentation, but in my case, I did not necessarily write using the Pyeongan dialect, but I initially created it in another language or the standard language and then switched it using the Pyeongan dialect. But it was very hard for me to recall what I have forgotten from my times in North Korea. So this was a challenging process. But upon advice, I was able to write in the Pyeongan dialect, and I recited it, and it was so much fun. So we laughed at each other so hard because it has been forgotten in us. We don't use the Pyeongan dialect so often these days. So we tried to do that, or I sent 2 versions, the standard version and the Pyeongan dialect version. I sent it to my professor. And my professor said, oh, both are good. And he actually prefers the one in the Pyeongan dialect. Or if a publication is to be made, I think it would be nice to have it in 2 versions, in the standard version and the Pyeongan dialect version. But the Pyeongan dialect would be unfamiliar to you. That's why it should be paired up with the standard language version. So based on this advice, I will continue to do so. Thank you very much. I hope you would be able to more actively promote the vanishing sound and language and culture of Pyeongan province of North Korea. So we have a big crowd today. If you have any questions, please raise your hand so that the microphone will be given to you. So who would like to ask any questions? So I see a raise of hand. Please wait for the microphone to be given to you.
You may sit down when you ask your questions. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Kwang-chul from 결의말 근사전 Committee. Thank you very much for giving us good presentations as well as good discussions. I have a question to Mr. Lee Dae-hum and Lee Myung-ae, the Korean poets. And Lee Dae-hum, you are from Jangheung of Jeollado, and Ms. Myung-ae, you are from North Korea, Pyeongan-bukdo. So, as an illiterate person, when you do not have enough information or the knowledge about the linguistics from your province, you might end up with some kind of feeling stuck in a wall. Do you look up dictionary in that case, or do you call up somebody else you know who would know better about the words or vocabulary than you do? Because I believe that the most important thing in writing is vocabulary. Although I'm not a literary person, I am very interested to know how else you can find the sources of vocabulary when you are stuck. Yes, I'll take that question first. You're very sharp, and I'm impressed by your question. Yes, that's true. I have some instances where I cannot think of any word. So you know the stepping stones on the stream. So we had different words for the stepping stones in Korea when I was younger. So it's 징검다리 in standard language of Korea, but I couldn't find the dialect corresponding to that. Also in Janghung, which I'm from, we had a very small village called Jangdokmyeon. Jangdokmyeon is part of Janghung, but outside Jangdokmyeon, the words were different. And also, if you go closer to the coast, the words are different. They're spoken there. So if you go across other cities, they all use different words. So my dialect is different from those used by other poets like Kim Sung-myung. Therefore, I cannot ask the other poets to seek the knowledge about the vocabulary, right? So I have to seek advice from other people, those people who I think would know better than I do about the vocabulary. So I have the list of these people, a couple of people with several people. So I call them up when I'm stuck. So I seek advice from them. So what is the word for this word? I'm going to try to describe something like this. As I explained it, he said that, this is the word for me. And then I remembered some other advices for other people. So the answer I found for the stepping stone was 노두다리, not 징검다리. So that's how I got my vocabulary.
Thank you for the question. So if I'm to talk about my limitations, there are so many. So I haven't used the Pyeongan dialect for such a long time, so I forgot a great deal. I tried to look them up on the internet, and in some cases I was able to get some answers. But I want to just go home and ask someone up because it's there, but I cannot think of it. It doesn't come to my mind, but I'm not allowed to go home, as you know. So I felt so many limitations. That's why I want for the unification for the two Koreas to happen, because I know that the language is there, the dialect is there, but I'm not able to get there. So I tried to locate some people from home, but I think it was the same case for them. They came to South Korea and they try not to use their dialect as much as possible, so they also forgot a great deal. We need to keep it alive, but we're trying to blend in South Korea. And as an effort, we are trying not to use our dialect from home. So if the two Koreas are unified, I think I would be able to go home, go to my hometown, and ask anyone, and also show more literature work at home. But my hands were tied. I do not have so many acquaintances that I could look up, and I cannot go home and ask anyone on the road. I understand the difficulties you might have gone through. So you also talked about the separation and the wall of the division of the two Koreas, and it's very unfortunate that the language is not able to overcome or overgo that barrier as well. So in Korea, if it's a dialect from Jeolla, Chungcheong, Gangwon, we are able to get around with it, and there's so many media contents that we can refer to. So it doesn't mean that it's impossible, but in your case, your limitations are very apparent, followed by the separation and the division of the two Koreas. So I think I see another hand in the back of the room. Nice to meet you. My name is Lee Jae-yeon from the Nambook Hana Foundation. So my question also goes to poet Lee Myung-hae. I'm a big fan of you, and I think your work is very attractive and appealing. So I would like to read you a poem in line with today's topic before I ask you a question. So my bones are chill, the river is chill to my bone, and I would like to read you a poem. Elevator, our part-time job, car center, cassette. So this word sounds like the other, and this sounds like that. So I went into a hamburger shop and asked for a home ever, and everyone was looking at me. I'm embarrassed. So I tried to study it as much as possible, but I am not even courageous enough to ask what this means. So this is showcasing the difficulty of trying to learn foreign words used in the Korean language. And I think this would be highlighted in your time in South Korea. So my first question is, how were you able to overcome the very unfamiliar or new language world in South Korea? And while you are writing poems, I would like to know what that means to your life. Thank you very much for your heartfelt question and also saying that you're a fan of my work. So all the poems in my collection are the manifestation of parts of my life. After I came to South Korea, I was hit with so many barriers. Everything was difficult, including the language barrier. So we live on the same peninsula, and we're the same country using the same language, but there are so many different parts and pieces and vocabulary that I could not wrap my head around. And the dialect factor also added on to the already wide gaps. So since I came here, I signed up in computer classes, but all of the computer vocabularies are in English. So the more explanation I got, I wasn't able to understand it at all. So everyone else seemed to understand the words, but I wasn't able to. They just passed it through my ears and brain. And I didn't learn English in North Korea at all. So there has been some courses, but I opted in to learn Russian rather than English. So English was very Greek to me. I only knew the alphabets, but I could not find where enter was. So it was so difficult in the beginning. And I met with my friends and also learned that they had the same difficulties. That's why I was able to come up with that poem that you mentioned. And regarding the second question, can you say it once again? I forgot what you asked. So you write poems about your life. So to write poems, what does that mean to your life? Because you have another job. You have a main job. So I am a business owner, and from time to time, I also write poems. So this is a side job. I did not really intend to write any poems. In North Korea, I lived a very difficult life. And if I am to write a novel, I think it would be a long novel because I had gone through so much. So I didn't have any time to think of write anything. I needed to provide for myself and also my family. But in Korea, it is a very good environment to study, and I enrolled in the Korea National Open University at first with a major of Korean language literature, but I did not know how to maneuver with the computers or the online courses, so I had no choice but to drop out. And after 2 years, I came across the Sungsil Cyber University, but my computer skills have advanced over time. That's why I was able to learn a great deal from that. I did not know how to register for classes, and the professor taught me word by word as to how I can take the class. And after doing that for 2 years, I learned about creative writing at Sungsil University. So I wanted to study, but I did not know what exactly, so I studied the children's education study. But after 2 years, I was able to expose myself and put myself in creative writing, also how to compose poems. And I met with the dean, who I submitted some of my collection of poems to, but the dean was surprised. Could this even happen? Is this realistic? This is surreal. So you have so many stories to tell. So he encouraged me to let them go, to let them out, to express them in poems. So at first I thought of writing a novel or novels, but while listening to the dean, I think there would be limitations to novels, but I think the poems would be able to imply so much meaning in words and short sentences. So at first, what I put together wasn't even a poem, now that I think about it. But I was able to put myself in many club activities, work with professors, and also publish a collection of poems. So I think I got sidetracked, but the reason why I started to write poems was in line with me settling in South Korea. So many South Koreans do not know about where I came from, so they ask too many and so many questions, but they weren't able to understand what I said. They did not want to understand and they couldn't understand, so that compelled me to write about my story in poems. So that's why I started to write poems, and now I became a poet. Thank you very much for listening. So it is great that we are able to hear a great deal from you. So I think you overcame your stage frightness. I know that you have a lot of stories to tell, but I'm glad that you're able to do that in public. So my next question goes to Mr. Sisi.
So now this question goes to you. Earlier, by watching the video, I don't know what the audience felt, but what I felt was like I was amazed by the folklore and culture of Africa and performance. So you must have been an actor of learning the culture of Africa. I didn't recognize it as you, and I thought it was a kind of another actor. But after watching the video so carefully, later I found that it was you. Well, it's amazing, and you're still young. How were you able to learn all these kind of techniques for oral performance? How were you able to just give the performance orally just like that? And did you have a class to learn it? And that's my question. And also, I believe in the power of Ubuntu. It's not about Africa only. It is generally applied to all the rest of the world. We have to have the spirit of community, just like Ubuntu says. So I believe that that's something that gave you naturally the power of performance while you were delivering your poem. You looked so natural. So maybe you were born. So I want to watch it once again, as you do. So my first question: how were you able to do that? Would you like to explain more? And I would really watch it once again.
It's a very important question. I think you've asked several questions, but I'll start with the question of did I learn that from a classroom or from somebody sitting me down to be able to perform? I was privileged that my parents worked from rural communities like indigenous Zambian communities. That is where they were doing their missionary work. So I had the honor of growing up as a rural child in a village. And in the villages, performing comes natural because you learn it through children's games. You have an opportunity to do a lot of singing, a lot of dancing, and many other activities that you grow up doing as children. And a number of those games we were taught while young. When I reflect upon them now, I am always amazed at the richness in the knowledge, the different facets of knowledge that actually the Western epistemology kind of ignore. Issues of emotional intelligence, body intelligence, spiritual intelligence. These are intelligences that in the Western epistemology are not so much dealt with. So that childhood upbringing in a community that was still indigenous kind of gave me access to those attributes that come natural to me. So when I sing or when I dance, or when I perform, I don't need to think about it. It just flows. Then the next aspect was the fact that when I went to school, like I had mentioned earlier, the school system in Zambia does not teach our culture. In fact, the first cultural program in the entire country is now running at the University of Zambia, and I was part of the designing of that program, and I was one of the first lecturers to teach in that program. So you find that when you go in the school system, the African culture, the indigenous culture is very absent. If anything, it is actually demonized. And the religious environment itself does not help. So what also helped me is the fact that my parents were doing their missionary work that was different from the mainstream westernized or Europeanized missionary work. Because in the mainstream European and Western missionary, you cannot talk about your ancestors. Because when you talk of your ancestors, then those are demons. But if you are to talk about the ancestors like Jesus, Abraham, Moses, Aaron in the Bible, those are considered the saints, the Peter, the Pauls. Those are saints, but if I'm to talk about the Changamire, the Mzizi, and all that there. So now, that conflict, to me, it was quite interesting. I'm like, but what is going on? Abraham is dead, and my Changamire grandfather is also dead. But why should the other dead man be better than the other person? So I was growing up already with those questions, and I was asking those questions. And I had the honor that my parents took time to explain that. So this now explains my curiosity. I was always growing up, I would always try to read into my own culture, into the African history, and I met other great people in the university that helped me to build my Pan-African consciousness. I hope I've answered the questions.
Thank you very much for sharing. So during the break, I asked, and the flight was more than 21 hours before arriving in Korea. So Africa comes with some stereotypes to Koreans. So it's not so modern yet, and some people even think of barbarism to be very extreme. So we talk a lot about the modern culture led by the Westerners, but while enjoying your performance, I thought that this is a very important momentum to not only look into the alternative modernity. It's not so far away. There are many overlooked areas, and alternative modernity was within here. It's already with us, but has been overlooked. So I think this is an opportunity to reawaken that, and that's what I felt by enjoying your beautiful oral performance. So I think we still have some more time to receive another question from the floor. Any burning questions from the floor? Nice to meet you. Thank you for your beautiful presentations and artwork. So while participating in this forum, the literature in indigenous languages are the most beautiful when they are read in the indigenous language. So today is an international academic forum, so I think it would be meaningful for us to learn more about the situations of other countries. So I would like to ask all the poets and presenters, so if you have a lot of opportunities to share your indigenous artwork within your communities, and I would like to also ask you what more would be necessary.
지금 이 질문이 중요한 질문인데요.
That's a very, very essential and important question.
에콰도르하고 필리핀
So are we still
연결이 끊어졌나요?
connected to Ecuador and the Philippines?
살아 있습니까?
Are they with us or not? Oh, they are with us. If they are, I'd like to start with Ecuador first. Please answer the question.
자, 라나 야마신 예, 부탁합니다.
Sí, bueno, en el Ecuador, como les decía, existen 14 nacionalidades indígenas, cada una con su lengua. El Kichwa o Runashimi, que en español quiere decir lengua de los seres humanos, tiene, a partir de los datos del censo último, que es en el 2010, 591.448 hablantes. Sin embargo, las organizaciones indígenas hemos dicho que son más o menos 2 millones y un poco más de hablantes del Kichwa. Sin embargo, la problemática acá es que
speakers are using the language, but there's a problem. There are 14 languages in total, but among them 8 are endangered. For instance, the Amazon of the Ecuador has some indigenous languages, but this language is only being used by 2 to 3 people. And Tepekes and other languages are also on the verge of disappearing. And in the case of children and the youth, they are not actively using indigenous languages. Due to mass communication, maybe indigenous languages are becoming less appealing, and the school education is offered in Spanish. That's why the use of these languages are dwindling, and the teachers are not able to use or speak the indigenous languages. That's why they are not able to be passed on to the younger generation. That's why the government, in coming up with public policies, they need to think of ways to strengthen indigenous languages, but this unfortunately has been absent at present. Therefore, when it comes to literature, literature can be used as a tool to strengthen indigenous languages. I think it's a very good tool and channel. So not only in Spanish and English, indigenous languages should be used in the literature arena as well. By doing so, we would be able to relearn it, re-cherish our precious languages as well. And by doing so, children and the younger generation and new readers would be able to learn our languages as well, to also enjoy the abundance of indigenous languages. In the case of Kichwa language, it has many different meanings, and one vocabulary has many different meanings. So the multi-meaningness of the words would be very helpful and beneficial. Aside from that, in the case of our readers, in academia, professors and students are reading indigenous languages artwork. So the general public is not so big on indigenous languages because they do not know the language. Therefore, in order to respond to this issue, we need to put in more efforts. And in the case of book clubs, the literature work with indigenous languages should be promoted to be read. So in writing or reading, the indigenous languages, the artwork with indigenous languages should be able to be more general, but this could be a very costly process. So in order to circulate and distribute the indigenous literature artwork, it will be very costly. So this is a grim reality that we are faced with. And this is also an issue that we have with the Kichwa language.
시간이 조금
Well, thank you very much. Time is so fleeting today. So now the last question goes to Mr. Lee Dae-hum next to me. You didn't mention it today, but in the process of writing poems in dialects of Jeolla-do, you must have had a lot of thought to put on the notation, how to write it phonetically. And you also briefly mentioned about your difficulty as well. So in a sense, Jeolla dialect is actually a language to show how phonetically it sounds. So grammatically, there's nothing wrong, but when you hear the Jeolla dialect, you kind of want to filter it out because you don't feel it natural. So I have that the same sense because I got questions a lot like these. So I got questions from other people how you overcome these awkwardness of writing dialects phonetically. So how do you overcome it? This is my question. The notation of a dialect into the writing form has two folds of the meaning. One way of doing this is to put it phonetically, and the other one is to follow the grammar, to put the notation. I was at a loss to choose between the two, so later I decided to show what the root of the word is. For example, in Jeolla dialect, I miss you means 보고 싶어 in standard, and the Korean in Jeolla dialect is 보고 싶어. So do I have to have the notation of 자 and 파 at the same time, or do I have to put it together 자파 and then just let them understood? So far, I tried to put the notation and the root cause of the 자 and pa, which are different from the standard Korean. But my principle is my principle. I had to talk with my publishers as well. Up until recently, I tried to put the notation and the explanation of the root cause. But if you have the notation deliberately, it sounds like standard Korean, not the dialect. So that is also another pitfall I am falling in. So recently, in the recent book, I decided once again to change my mind to put the phonetical writing down. For example, where some of the words can be accommodated to the demands of the publishers, but I have some kind of compromise. Let me give you an example. So the first or after you in standard Korean is monya in Jeolla dialect. So do I have to say the monya together, M-O-N-A, or separately, mo and then nya? I just gave two options to the publishers for the publisher's decision. And then the publishers answered that the second option would be better, like phonetically putting down so that the readers can understand as a dialect and the readers can observe it better than the first option. So I accepted publisher's opinion. So even if it means the same thing, I write it differently from other writers or poets because I say the mo and nya separately. So whenever I have these words, I try to have some kind of principle, which is almost like standard Korean, without having any consistency in my writing of dialects. Nobody will understand it. So I gave you an example of 잡파, 보고 잡파, which means I miss you. So even if you have variations of writing on the paper, if you have the consistency, you can have your principle as a writer and as a point. So that's the rule I give as number one. Well, thank you very much for giving your number one rule. When you have the notation of the dialect words into the paper, they have gone through a lot of challenges and agonies. So what you're doing is to show the root of the word, but as needed, you also put the phonetical notation as well. That will be a great reference for other rising novelists and the poets who are trying to use dialects for their literatures. Thank you very much. This has to be ended.
Thank you very much, poet 이대흠, 이명애, 창가미er, 음지치, Iana Otavalo, and also Marjorie Perney. Sorry for excuse my pronunciation. So let's give a big round of applause to all the poets and presenters. Thank you very much. So tomorrow we will engage in session 2 under the theme of provincial local words appearing in world dictionaries. So we have many insightful and informative presentations prepared for tomorrow. Please, I would like to ask for your continued support. Thank you very much for your active participation.